Why is this history going to be so important to you? The journey of early humans. Please let us know in the comments where you are watching this history video and what time you are watching it. And be sure to subscribe to our channel for more history videos in the future. In the vast tapestry of time, where the echoes of ancient footsteps still resonate through the earth, we embark on an exploration of humanity's dawn. The journey of early humans is not merely a chronicle of survival, it is the foundational epic that shaped who we are today. From the cradle of life in Africa's sun-baked savannas to the far-flung corners of the globe, this story unfolds with remarkable resilience, ingenuity, and adaptation. It begins billions of years ago, but our focus sharpens on the pivotal moments when our ancestors first stood upright, grasped tools, and ventured beyond the familiar horizons. To understand the journey, we must rewind to the origins of life itself, though we confine our gaze to the emergence of hominins, those bipedal primates who would become the architects of human destiny. Earth's history stretches back about 4.5 billion years, with life appearing around 3.8 billion years ago in the form of simple microorganisms. Fast forward through eons of evolution. The Cambrian explosion around 541 million years ago diversified life, leading to fish, amphibians, reptiles, and eventually mammals after the dinosaurs' extinction 66 million years ago. But it was the primates, emerging around 60 million years ago, that set the stage for us. These tree-dwelling creatures, with their forward-facing eyes, grasping hands, and complex brains, adapted to forested environments. By about 25 million years ago, the apes diverged, and around 6 to 8 million years ago, the last common ancestor with chimpanzees walked the earth. This is where the hominin line begins to diverge. The journey truly ignites in the Pliocene epoch, around 5.3 to 2.6 million years ago, when climate shifts transformed lush forests into open grasslands. This environmental pressure favored creatures that could walk on two legs, freeing hands for carrying and tool use. Enter Sahelanthropus tchadensis, discovered in Chad in 2001, dating to about 7 million years ago. With a small brain, around 350 cubic centimeters, and a mix of ape-like and human-like features, such as a foramen magnum positioned for bipedalism, Sahelanthropus may represent one of the earliest hominins. Its flat face and reduced canine teeth suggest dietary changes, perhaps scavenging or foraging in mixed woodlands. Following closely is Auroran tugenensis from Kenya around 6 million years ago. Nicknamed Millennium Man, its fossils include femurs indicating bipedal walking, yet it retained arboreal capabilities with curved finger bones. Then comes Ardipithecus cadaba and Ardipithecus ramidus from Ethiopia, dating to 5.8 to 4.4 million years ago. Ardi, the partial skeleton of A. ramidus, revealed in 2009, shows a creature about 4 feet tall, with a brain size of 300-350 cc, walking upright on the ground but climbing trees with opposable big toes. Its diet, inferred from tooth enamel, included fruits, nuts, and possibly small animals in a woodland habitat. As we move into the Australopithecines, around 4.2 to 2 million years ago, bipedalism becomes more refined. Australopithecus anamensis from Kenya and Ethiopia, 4.2-3.9 mya, bridges the gap with longer forearms but clear bipedal adaptations in the tibia. Its successor, Australopithecus afarensis, immortalized by Lucy, discovered in 1974 in Ethiopia's Afar region, lived 3.9 to 2.9 million years ago. Lucy, at 3.5 feet tall and weighing about 60 pounds, had a brain of 400-500 cc. Her pelvis and legs scream bipedalism, yet her curved fingers hint at tree climbing. Footprints at Litali, Tanzania from 3.6 mya preserve a family group's steps in volcanic ash, upright strides with arched feet, proving habitual bipedalism. These beings foraged in open savannas, eating soft fruits, leaves, and tubers, with occasional meat scavenging. Socially, they likely lived in small groups, communicating with gestures and simple vocalizations. Diverging lines appear with Australopithecus africanus from South Africa, 3.2 mya, featuring a more rounded skull and smaller teeth, suggesting a diet of tougher plants. Then the robust Australopiths, like Paranthropus boys, 2.31.2 MYA, with massive jaws and molars for grinding fibrous vegetation, earning the nickname Nutcracker Man. These adaptations reflect dietary specialization amid fluctuating climates, with wet and dry periods driving evolution. Around 2.8 million years ago, the genus Homo emerges, marking a quantum leap. Homo habilis, handy man, from East Africa, 2.41.4 MYA, had a larger brain, 510-660 cc, and smaller teeth. Associated with Oldowan tools, simple stone choppers and flakes, first appearing around 2.6 MYA at sites like Gona, Ethiopia, these tools revolutionized survival. By cracking bones for marrow or cutting meat, H. habilis accessed nutrient-rich foods, fueling brain growth. Evidence from Olduvai Gorge, Tanzania, shows tool-making sites with animal bones bearing cut marks, indicating scavenging from predator kills. The journey intensifies with Homo erectus, appearing around 1.9 million years ago in Africa and spreading outward. With brains of 850-1100 cc, taller stature up to 6 feet, and narrower hips for efficient walking, H. erectus mastered fire by about 1 million years ago, as seen in hearths at Wonderwork Cave, South Africa. Fire provided warmth, protection, and cooked food, enhancing nutrition and social bonding. Acheulean tools like hand axes from 1.7 MYA show symmetry and planning. H. erectus ventured out of Africa around 1.8 MYA, reaching Dmanisi, Georgia, then Java and China, adapting to diverse environments from forests to steppes. This out-of-Africa migration, the first major dispersal, was driven by climate cycles, glacial periods lowering sea levels, opening land bridges. Fossils at Sanggar in Indonesia, 1.6 MYA, and Zhaokudian, China, 700,000 year, illustrate their adaptability. They hunted in groups using wooden spears, evidence from Schöningen, Germany, 400,000 year, though later, and possibly communicated with proto-language. Parallel to H. erectus, other hominins like Homo heidelbergensis, 600,000–200,000 year in Europe and Africa, with brains up to 1200 cc, built shelters and hunted large game. At Boxgrove, England, 500,000 year, butchery sites show coordinated efforts. This leads to Neanderthals in Europe, 400,000–40,000 year, robust with large brains, 1400 cc, adapted to cold climates with fair skin inferred from genetics. They buried dead as at Shanidar Cave, Iraq, with pollen suggesting flowers, hints of ritual. Tools like Mousterian points, clothing from hides, and art like engravings at Gorham's Cave, Gibraltar. In Africa, around 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens emerges. Fossils at Jebel Irhoud, Morocco, 315,000 year, show modern facial features with archaic brain cases. By 200,000 year at Omo Kibish, Ethiopia, more modern forms appear. Genetic evidence points to a bottleneck, perhaps 10,000 breeding individuals, surviving volcanic winters like Toba eruption, 74,000 year. The second major out-of-Africa migration begins around 70,000–60,000 year, via the Levant or Bab el-Mandeb Strait. These modern humans, with advanced tools like blades and bone implements, spread to Australia by 65,000 year Mungo Man, Europe by 45,000 year, encountering Neanderthals, leading to interbreeding, 2% Neanderthal DNA in non-Africans, and Asia. Art explodes, cave paintings at Chauvet, France, 36,000 year, Venus figurines, 35,000 year, symbolizing fertility and cognition. Language likely fully developed, enabling complex planning. As climates fluctuated, megafauna hunts intensified, mammoths, bison with atlatls for spear throwing. By 15,000 year, humans reached the Americas via Beringia as sea levels dropped during the Last Glacial Maximum. This journey from arboreal ancestors to global explorers underscores adaptation's power. Bipedalism freed hands, tools extended reach, fire transformed diets, migrations conquered continents. Yet challenges loomed: predators, famines, diseases. Survival hinged on cooperation, innovation, and curiosity. As the last rays of sunlight fade over the ancient African plains where our early sapiens ancestors first sharpened their minds and tools, the story shifts toward the great climatic theater of the Pleistocene, the Ice Age world that would test, temper, and ultimately propel humanity across every continent. The period from roughly 300,000 to 12,000 years ago encompasses the Middle and Upper Paleolithic, when anatomically modern humans not only survived but began to express the full spectrum of symbolic thought, artistic impulse, technological sophistication, and social complexity that we recognize as distinctly human. By approximately 200,000 years ago, Homo sapiens had already achieved anatomical modernity in Africa. Skulls from Hertu in Ethiopia, around 160,000 years old, display high foreheads, rounded crania, small brow ridges, and flat faces, features that align closely with present-day humans. Yet behavioral modernity, the consistent use of complex symbolic behavior, advanced planning, long-distance trade networks, and elaborate cultural traditions, took longer to fully emerge. Between 100,000 and 70,000 years ago, we see tantalizing early flickers. At Blombo's cave in South Africa, dated to about 100,000–75,000 years ago, archaeologists uncovered ochre blocks engraved with cross-hatched patterns, perforated nacreous shell beads coated with red pigment, and bone tools. These finds indicate that humans were already using abstract symbols, adorning their bodies and perhaps signaling social identity or status. Around 74,000 years ago, the massive Toba super-eruption in present-day Indonesia ejected thousands of cubic kilometers of ash into the atmosphere, triggering a volcanic winter that may have lasted several years and caused global cooling of 3.5 degrees C. Genetic studies of modern human populations reveal a severe bottleneck during this time, with effective population sizes dropping to perhaps only a few thousand breeding individuals, concentrated in southern and eastern Africa. Some researchers argue the catastrophe nearly extinguished our species. Others contend the impact was less severe, with refugia in equatorial regions allowing survival. What is certain is that the survivors who emerged from this crucible carried forward the genetic and cultural foundations for the dramatic expansion that followed. Between 70,000 and 50,000 years ago, small bands of modern humans began crossing out of Africa in what paleontologists call the Out of Africa II Dispersal, the migration that populated the rest of the world. Genetic, archaeological, and climatic evidence converges on two primary exit routes: a northern corridor through the Nile Valley and Sinai Peninsula into the Levant, and a possible southern coastal route along the shores of the Red Sea and Indian Ocean when sea levels were lower. The southern route is particularly compelling because it offered a continuous beachcomber pathway of marine resources, shellfish, fish, seabirds, that could sustain small mobile groups during periods of aridity inland. By 60,000 years ago, these coastal migrants had reached the Sahel continent, the joined landmass of Australia, New Guinea, and Tasmania during lower sea levels. Sites such as Majidbeb Rock Shelter in northern Australia contain stone tools, grinding stones, ochre crayons, and plant processing remains dated to at least 65,000 years ago. Crossing open water gaps of up to 100 kilometers required watercraft, simple rafts or dugout canoes, and deliberate planning. These first Australians adapted rapidly to dramatically different ecosystems: arid interior deserts, tropical rainforests, and coastal mangroves. They hunted giant marsupials like Procoptodon, short-faced kangaroos, and Diprotodon rhinoceros-sized wombats, used fire stick farming to manage landscapes, and developed sophisticated kinship systems that persist in Aboriginal cultures today. Meanwhile, another branch of migrants moved northward into Eurasia. By 43,000 years ago, modern humans had entered Europe, as evidenced by the Bako Cairo cave in Bulgaria and the Rani site in Germany, where bladelet tools and pendants made from cave bear teeth show cultural continuity with African Middle Stone Age traditions. This arrival coincided with the presence of Neanderthals, who had occupied Europe and Western Asia for over 300,000 years. The two populations coexisted for several thousand years, perhaps 5,000, 10,000 years in some regions, before Neanderthals disappeared from the fossil record around 40,000, 38,000 years ago. Interbreeding occurred repeatedly. Virtually all people of non-African descent carry 1–2% Neanderthal DNA today, with East Asians and Native Americans often showing slightly higher percentages due to additional admixture events. Some inherited Neanderthal genes conferred advantages, immune system boosts against Eurasian pathogens, adaptations to colder climates, and even lighter skin pigmentation, but others increased risks for conditions such as type 2 diabetes and severe COVID-19 responses. In the Levant at sites like Eskul and Kafse caves, 120,000 90,000 years ago, early modern humans and Neanderthals appear to have overlapped earlier, leaving ambiguous traces of cultural exchange. Similar Levallois techniques, use of red ochre, and burial practices. The period from 45,000 to 35,000 years ago is frequently called the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, or the Creative Explosion. Across Europe, southern Africa, and parts of Asia, we witness an unprecedented surge in symbolic expression. The cave of Chauvet in southern France, dated to 37,000–33,500 years ago, contains over 400 animal paintings, lions, rhinos, horses, mammoths, rendered with shading, perspective, and dynamic movement that suggest deep observational knowledge and perhaps spiritual significance. In Indonesia's Sulawesi Island, hand stencils and pig depictions reach ages of 45,500 years, pushing back the origins of figurative art. Portable art flourishes. Ivory figurines from Germany's Swabian Jura, including the 40,000-year-old Lion Man of Hohenstein-Stadel, a human figure with a lion's head. The Venus of Hohlfels, the oldest known depiction of a human form, emphasizing female features, and numerous animal carvings. Technological innovation accelerated in tandem. The Aurignacian culture, 43,000–33,000 years ago, introduced blade core techniques for producing long, thin blades, bone and antler tools, needles for sewing fitted clothing, rope making, and musical instruments, flutes carved from swan and vulture bones found at Hohlfels and Jason-Klurstrel. These instruments, capable of producing 5-note scales, imply shared musical traditions and possibly ritual or social bonding. Atlatls spear throwers appeared, extending throwing range and force, making big game hunting more efficient and less dangerous. Climatic instability defined this era. The last glacial period featured rapid Dansgaard Easter warming events, abrupt temperature rises of 8–15 degrees C within decades, followed by cold Heinrich stadials when massive icebergs discharged into the North Atlantic, disrupting ocean circulation. Human groups responded with extreme mobility, seasonal migrations, and diversified subsistence strategies. In Central and Eastern Europe, Gravettian hunters, 33,000–22,000 years ago, specialized in mammoth steppe ecosystems, constructing semi-subterranean dwellings from mammoth bones and tusks at sites like Mezhyrich in Ukraine. They harvested ivory in quantities suggesting both practical use and symbolic value. As the climate deteriorated toward the last glacial maximum, 26,519,000 years ago, when ice sheets reached their greatest extent and global temperatures averaged 6 degrees C cooler than today, human populations in northern latitudes contracted southward. Refugia in Iberia, the Italian peninsula, the Balkans, and the Black Sea region preserved cultural continuity. Solutrean hunters in France and Spain 22,000–17,000 years ago crafted exquisite laurel leaf points through pressure flaking, hunted reindeer and horses across open tundra, and produced bas-relief carvings in rock shelters. In parallel, across Siberia and Beringia, the now submerged land bridge connecting Northeast Asia and Alaska, human groups adapted to extreme cold. Sites like Yana RHS in Arctic Siberia, 31,000 years ago, yield bone foreshafts, ivory beads, and evidence of winter occupation above the Arctic Circle. By at least 20,000 years ago, people had reached the unglaciated regions of Alaska and Yukon, though continuous occupation became possible only later. Around 14,000 years ago, as glaciers began retreating and sea levels rose, the ice-free corridor between the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets widened, but many archaeologists now favor a coastal kelp highway route along the Pacific Rim. Submerged sites off British Columbia and California hint at early maritime adaptations, while Monte Verde in southern Chile, 14,500 years ago, documents settled occupation with wooden structures, plant remains from over 90 species, and possible mastodon hunting, pushing human arrival in South America earlier than traditional Clovis first models. The Magdalenian culture, 12,000 years ago, in Western Europe, represents one of the high points of Ice Age creativity. Reindeer hunters at Lascaux, Altamira, and dozens of other decorated caves painted polychrome bison, horses, and deer using mineral pigments mixed with animal fat binders. Portable art reached exquisite levels, engraved spear throwers shaped like galloping horses, bone discs with perforations suggesting tally systems or calendrical notation, and batons possibly used in ritual contexts. As temperatures warmed abruptly during the Balling Alarod Interstadial, 12,900 years ago, megafauna populations, mammoths, woolly rhinoceroses, giant deer, declined sharply, partly from climate-driven habitat loss and partly from intensified human predation. In Australia, most large marsupials vanished between 50,000 and 40,000 years ago. In the Americas, the end Pleistocene extinction removed over 70 genera of large mammals between 13,000 and 10,000 years ago. Here, at the threshold of the Holocene, when the great ice sheets had retreated, sea levels were rising rapidly, and the world was entering a new climatic regime. The journey of early humans stood poised for the next transformative chapter, the transition from nomadic hunter-gatherers to settled communities that would domesticate plants and animals, build permanent architecture, and lay the groundwork for agriculture and civilization. The foundations had been laid through countless generations of adaptation, innovation, symbolic thought, and migration across a changing planet. As the final cold snaps of the Younger Dryas faded around 11,700 years ago, and the planet settled into the warmer, more stable conditions of the Holocene epoch, the long chapter of exclusive hunter-gatherer existence began to close in several regions simultaneously. The journey of early humans now pivoted toward one of the most consequential transitions in our species' history: the gradual, uneven, and regionally varied shift from foraging to food production. This Neolithic transformation, often called the Neolithic Revolution, did not arrive as a sudden invention, but as a centuries-long process of intensified plant and animal management that eventually crossed an irreversible threshold into full domestication. In the Fertile Crescent, the arc of land stretching from the Jordan Valley through the upper Euphrates and Tigris basins into the Zagros foothills, environmental conditions after the Ice Age were particularly favorable. Rising temperatures and increased rainfall during the early Holocene, roughly 11,700 to 8,200 years ago, expanded oak pistachio woodlands and wild cereal grasslands. Populations that had already become semi-sedentary during the late Epipaleolithic Natufian culture, 12,500 to 9,500 BCE, found themselves living year-round beside reliable stands of wild barley, emmer wheat, einkorn wheat, lentils, chickpeas, peas, bitter vetch, and flax. The Natufians themselves represent a critical prelude. Living in the Levant between about 12,500 and 9,500 BCE, they constructed circular stone houses with plastered floors at sites such as Ain Malaha, Ainan, and Wadi Hameh 27, stored massive quantities of wild cereals in pits lined with plaster, harvested with sickle blades sporting a characteristic sickle gloss from cutting silica-rich stems, and buried their dead beneath house floors with grave goods that included dentalium shell beads. Ground stone pestles and occasionally sacrificed dogs, early evidence of human canid companionship that would soon evolve into domestication. Between 10,200 and 9,500 BCE, during the pre-pottery Neolithic A, PPNA, communities at Jericho, Netiv Hagdud, Gilgal I, and Tel Aswad began cultivating plots of wild cereals close to settlements. At Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, circa 9680–200 BCE, hunter-gatherers constructed monumental T-shaped limestone pillars, some weighing up to 10 tons, arranged in circular enclosures and carved with high-relief depictions of foxes, snakes, boars, cranes, scorpions, and human-like figures wearing belts and loincloths. The absence of domestic plants and animals at Göbekli Tepe, combined with massive quantities of gazelle bones and cereal grinding tools, suggests that large numbers of foragers gathered seasonally for ritual feasts and monumental construction, perhaps as a social mechanism that later encouraged sedentism and plant tending. By the pre-pottery Neolithic B, PPNB, circa 8500–6500 BCE, domestication had unmistakably occurred. At sites such as Sayernu, Kafir Huryuk, and Ashikli Huryuk in Anatolia, and Abu Hurira, Tel Halula, and Tel Sabai Abiyad in northern Syria, archaeologists recover morphologically domesticated cereals, grains with non-shattering rachises that keep seeds attached to the stalk until harvested by humans rather than dispersing naturally. Animal management intensified in parallel. At several PPNB sites, goat herding appears by 8500–8300 BCE, followed shortly by sheep. Pigs show signs of management slightly later, around 7500 BCE, while cattle domestication is documented at Saddle Huryuk and other central Anatolian sites by about 8308,000 BCE. The advantages were cumulative and mutually reinforcing. Domesticated cereals offered higher, more predictable yields than gathered wild stands. Stored grain provided a buffer against lean seasons. Animal protein and secondary products, milk, wool, hides, dung for fuel and fertilizer, diversified diets and reduced mobility requirements. Permanent architecture, rectangular mud brick houses with plaster floors, storage bins, and hearths became standard. Population densities rose sharply. Jericho's PPNA settlement covered perhaps 2.5 hectares with up to 2,000–3,000 inhabitants behind a stone tower and wall 3.6 meters high, while Saddle Huryuk, founded around 7400 BCE, eventually housed 5,000–8,000 people in a densely packed mound covering 13.5 hectares. Social complexity increased alongside these material changes. At Saddle Huryuk, houses were entered through the roof via ladders, rooms were plastered and painted with narrative scenes of hunting, vultures, leopards, and stylized human figures, and beneath the floors lay numerous burials, often with the skull removed, plastered, and modeled with clay and shells to recreate facial features. These skull cults suggest ancestor veneration and perhaps lineage-based social organization. Obsidian from central Anatolia traveled hundreds of kilometers to the Levant, shell ornaments moved in the opposite direction, and exotic stones such as carnelian and marine shells indicate long-distance exchange networks. Simultaneously, a separate center of plant and animal domestication emerged in East Asia. In the middle and lower Yangtze Basin, people began managing wild rice, or as a rufapagan, as early as 10,000–9,000 BCE. At Pengtaushan and Bashadeng in Hunan province, rice phytoliths and grain impressions in pottery date to around 80–270–800 BCE, with clear morphological domestication. non-shattering panicles and larger grains, evident by 6500 BCE at sites such as Hemudu and Tianlaoshan. In the Yellow River Valley, foxtail millet Ceteria italica and broomcorn millet Panicum miliaceum were brought under cultivation between 9000 and 7000 BCE at sites like Kishan, Zinglongu, and Dadiwan. Pigs, already present in large numbers at Jayahu, 5700 BCE, show domestication traits by 6500 BCE. Jayahu is also famous for the world's earliest known fermented beverage, a mixture of rice, honey, and hawthorn fruit dated to circa 7000 BCE, flutes carved from red-crowned crane ulni capable of playing a 6-note scale, and turtle shell rattles inscribed with symbols that some scholars interpret as proto-writing. In the New World, domestication followed different rhythms and species sweets. Mesoamerica, squash Cucurbita pepo, appears domesticated by 10,000–8,000 BCE in Oaxaca's Galanaquitz cave, while maize evolved from the wild teosinte grass in the Balsas River Valley of southwestern Mexico. The earliest unequivocal maize cobs from Galanaquitz and Zihuataxtla shelter date to around 6700–6200 BCE, though phytolith and starch evidence pushes initial cultivation back to 9000–8000 BCE. Beans, Phasalis vulgaris, and chili peppers joined the complex by 6000–5000 BCE. In the Andes, potatoes, quinoa, manioc, peanuts, and several tuber crops were domesticated between 8000 and 5000 BCE, while camelids, llamas, and alpacas were managed by 6000–5000 BCE in the Puna grasslands. The transition to food production was neither universal nor inevitable. Many hunter-gatherer groups, for instance, the Kungsan of the Kalahari, the Hadza of Tanzania, several Australian Aboriginal societies, and Pacific Northwest coast foragers, maintained highly successful foraging economies well into the 20th century, often achieving equal or greater caloric security and leisure time than early farmers. Where agriculture did take hold, however, it usually triggered population growth, territorial circumscription, increased labor investment, dietary narrowing, often reduced nutritional diversity, and new patterns of social inequality. By 7000–6000 BCE, farming villages dotted the landscape from the Atlantic facade of Europe to the Japanese archipelago. The spread mechanisms varied: demic diffusion, actual migration of farming groups; cultural diffusion, adoption of crops, animals, and techniques by indigenous foragers, and combinations of both. In Europe, the Linnerband ceramic LBK culture carried the Neolithic package: wheat, barley, cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, polished stone axes, longhouses, and pottery, up the Danube corridor and into Central Europe between 5500 and 4900 BCE. LBK settlements such as Bylany, Elslu, and Herxheim feature massive timber longhouses up to 40 meters long, arranged in loose hamlets, with cemeteries showing differential grave wealth that hints at emerging social stratification. In the British Isles, Neolithic practices arrived later, around 4000 BCE, with causewayed enclosures such as Windmill Hill, Cursus monuments and megalithic tombs, court cairns, passage graves appearing by 3800–3500 BCE. Stonehenge's first phase, ditches, banks, and timber settings dates to circa 3100 BCE, with the iconic sarsen stones erected much later, around 2600–2400 BCE. As farming societies grew denser and more sedentary, new pressures emerged: soil depletion, deforestation, erosion, epidemic diseases facilitated by higher population density and closer human-animal proximity, and intergroup competition over arable land and water sources. These stresses set the stage for the next major reorganization of human life: the emergence of ranked societies, metallurgy, long-distance trade, monumental architecture on an unprecedented scale, and eventually urban centers with specialized craft production and centralized authority. Around 5500–4500 BCE, in the Ubaid period of southern Mesopotamia, small villages began coalescing into larger settlements with tripartite temples, stamped seals indicating ownership or administrative control, irrigation canals, and increasing use of copper tools. By 4000 BCE, the Uruk period witnessed the appearance of the world's first true cities, Uruk itself covering over 200 hectares by 3200 BCE, with monumental mud brick temples, the Ina precinct, mass-produced beveled rim bowls, cylinder seals, and the earliest proto-cuneiform tablets recording economic transactions. Parallel developments unfolded in the Nile Valley. Pre-dynastic Naqada III cultures, 4030-100 BCE, show increasing social complexity. Mace heads, decorated palettes, large mastaba tombs at Abydos and Saqqara, long-distance trade in gold, ivory, ebony, and lapis lazuli, and the gradual unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under kings whose names appear in serex and early hieroglyphs. The Narmer palette, circa 3100 BCE, depicts a ruler wearing the crowns of both regions, symbolizing the political consolidation that launched dynastic Egypt. In the Indus Valley, Mayagar 7000-2500 BCE evolved from a ceramic Neolithic village into a major center by 4000 BCE, with mud brick houses, granaries, craft workshops producing copper tools, steatite beads, and cotton textiles. By 2600-1900 BCE, the mature Harappan phase saw the rise of 5 major cities: Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro, Ganwariwala, Rakhigarhi, Dhalavira, featuring grid-planned streets, sophisticated drainage systems, large public baths, granaries, and standardized weights and measures, yet curiously lacking palaces, royal tombs, or clear evidence of a centralized ruler. In East Asia, the Longshan culture, 3000-1900 BCE, along the Yellow River constructed rammed earth walls around settlements up to 30 hectares in size, produced eggshell-thin black pottery, jade ritual objects, and oracle bones, early precursors to Shang divination practices. Urlitu, 1900-1500 BCE, often identified with the semi-legendary Xia dynasty, displays bronze casting workshops, palaces, elite burials with bronze vessels, turquoise inlays, and evidence of a state-level society controlling copper, tin, and lead resources over a wide region. These early complex societies, emerging independently in several world regions between 4000 and 2000 BCE, shared certain features: surplus food production supporting full-time specialists, potters, weavers, metalworkers, scribes, priests, monumental public architecture, writing or proto-writing systems for record-keeping and ritual long-distance exchange networks, institutionalized inequality, and coercive power concentrated in the hands of elites. Yet the journey remained far from uniform. Vast areas, much of sub-Saharan Africa, interior Australia, the circumpolar Arctic, parts of South America, and the Pacific Islands, continued successful foraging or low-intensity food production strategies well into recent centuries. Even within farming zones, reversions to foraging occurred when environmental or social conditions deteriorated. As we stand at this juncture, roughly 5,000 years ago, the foundations of urban civilization, state organization, writing, metallurgy, and institutionalized religion had been laid in several cradles. The next phases would see these innovations diffuse, collide, compete, and recombine, producing the Bronze Age world of city-states, empires, international commerce, chariotry, monumental sculpture, codified law, and literature. The long arc that began with the first bipedal steps on African savannas had now reached a point where humanity could record its own history, leaving written testimony of kings, gods, wars, laws, poems, and dreams that still speak to us across millennia. As the urban centers of Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, and the Yellow River Basin began to pulse with organized life around 3500-3000 BCE, the journey of early humans entered the Bronze Age, a period defined not merely by the alloy of copper and tin, but by the forging of interconnected networks that linked distant societies through trade, warfare, migration, diplomacy, and the exchange of ideas, technologies, and beliefs. This era, spanning roughly 3300 to 1200 BCE in the Near East and somewhat later in other regions, witnessed the rise of the first true states, the invention of full writing systems, the institutionalization of kingship and priesthood, the professionalization of armies, the standardization of weights and measures, and the emergence of international relations that prefigure the globalized world we inhabit today. In southern Mesopotamia, the Uruk period, circa 4030–100 BCE, had already given birth to the city of Uruk, whose walls enclosed more than 250 hectares and whose population may have reached 50,000–80,000 at its peak. The Ina precinct, dedicated to the goddess Inanna, featured massive white plastered temples built on artificial platforms, while the Anu district honored the sky god with a towering stepped structure. Cylinder seals, small stone cylinders rolled across wet clay to impress scenes of processions, banquets, combat, and mythical creatures, served as administrative tools, personal identifiers, and works of art. Proto-cuneiform tablets, initially numerical and pictographic, recorded beer rations, sheep counts, land allocations, and labor assignments, marking the birth of systematic writing around 3430–200 BCE. The transition to the early dynastic period, 2900–2350 BCE, saw the crystallization of city-states, independent polities centered on cities such as Uruk, Lagash, Umma, Kish, Nippur, Adab, and Shirapak, each ruled by a Lugal big man king who combined military, judicial, and religious authority. Royal tombs at excavated by Leonard Woolley in the 1920s, revealed extraordinary wealth. The death pits contained dozens of retainers buried with their master or mistress, accompanied by harps decorated with bull heads, gold and lapis lazuli jewelry, the standard of a wooden box inlaid with shell and stone depicting war and peace scenes, and wheeled vehicles. These sacrifices, later replaced by figurines or models, reflect a worldview in which the ruler's journey to the afterlife required a full court entourage. Sargon of Akkad, circa 2334–2279 BCE, changed the political landscape forever by conquering the Sumerian city-states and creating the world's first multi-ethnic empire, stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean and incorporating diverse populations speaking Sumerian, Akkadian, a Semitic language, and other tongues. His inscriptions boast of washing his weapons in the Upper Sea, Mediterranean, and the Lower Sea, Persian Gulf, while Akkadian became the diplomatic lingua franca of the age. The empire's collapse around 2150 BCE amid climate-induced drought, internal rebellion, and Gutian incursions from the Zagros ushered in a period of fragmentation before the Third Dynasty of 2112–2004 BCE, briefly restored centralized power. Under III kings such as Namu and Shulgi, a bureaucratic state flourished. Thousands of cuneiform tablets document ration distributions, temple estates, craft workshops, canal maintenance, and a legal code that prefigures Hammurabis. Massive ziggurats, stepped pyramids topped by shrines, rose at Uruk, Nippur, and Eridu, symbolizing the link between heaven and earth. The Sumerian king list, compiled during this period, retroactively projected kingship back to mythical antediluvian rulers with reigns of thousands of years, blending legend and history. In Egypt, the early dynastic period, 3126–86 BCE, and Old Kingdom, 2686–2181 BCE, saw the unification under Narmer/Menes followed by the construction of the first true pyramids. Djoser's Step Pyramid at Saqqara, circa 2650 BCE, designed by Imhotep, evolved from mastaba tombs into a six-tiered structure 62 meters high. Sneferu experimented with true pyramids at Meidum and Dashur, the bent and red pyramids, culminating in Khufu's Great Pyramid at Giza, circa 2580–2560 BCE, originally 146.6 meters tall, built with 2.3 million limestone blocks averaging 2.5 tons each. The pyramid complex included mortuary temples, causeways, valley temples, boat pits containing disassembled solar barges, and smaller pyramids for queens. Khufu's pyramid retained its upper casing of white Tura limestone, while the nearby Sphinx, carved from bedrock, guarded the plateau with a lion's body and royal head. Old Kingdom society rested on Maat, cosmic order, truth, justice, maintained by the pharaoh as a living god. Vast labor forces, likely conscripted seasonally during the Nile inundation, quarried, transported, and erected stone under skilled architects and overseers. Elite tombs at Giza and Saqqara displayed autobiographies boasting of administrative competence, piety, and royal favor. After the long reign of Pepi II, circa 2278–2184 BCE, central authority weakened, leading to the First Intermediate Period, 2181–2055 BCE, of regional nomarchs and famine. The Middle Kingdom, 2055–1650 BCE, reunited Egypt under Mentuhotep II of Thebes. Amenemhat I founded Dynasty 12, moving the capital to Ichtoy near Lisht and fortifying the eastern delta against Asiatic incursions. Senusret III campaigned deep into Nubia, erecting fortresses at Buhan and Semna, while expanding trade with Punt, likely Somalia or Eritrea, for incense, ebony, and gold. Literature flourished. The Tale of Sinu, the Instructions of Amenemhat, and the dispute between a man and his Ba explore themes of loyalty, kingship, mortality, and existential doubt. In parallel, the Aegean world developed its own Bronze Age trajectory. On Crete, the Minoan civilization, circa 3014–50 BCE, emerged with palatial centers at Knossos, Phaistos, Malia, and Zakros. These sprawling complexes, multi-story buildings with frescoed walls, lustral basins, storage magazines filled with giant pitha, and labyrinthine layouts, served administrative, religious, and economic functions. The linear A script, still undeciphered, appears on clay tablets, offering tables and libation vessels. Maritime trade connected Crete to Egypt, the Levant, Cyprus, and the Cyclades. Camers ware pottery reached the Nile Delta, while Egyptian scarabs and alabaster appear in Cretan tombs. Around 1700 BCE, an earthquake or series of tremors damaged many Minoan palaces, followed by rebuilding on a grander scale. Wall paintings at Knossos depict bull-leaping acrobats, processions of richly dressed figures bearing rhyta, blue monkeys, dolphins leaping amid octopuses and flying fish, and the famous Prince of the Lilies, perhaps a priest-king. Minoan religion centered on female deities, sacred snakes, double axes, labyrinths, and bull symbolism. Peak sanctuaries and cave shrines received votive offerings. By 1600–1550 BCE, Mycenaean Greeks from the mainland began influencing Crete, adopting writing linear B, an early Greek script used for palace records, monumental tholos tombs, beehive tombs such as the treasury of Atreus at Mycenae, and warrior ideology. The shaft graves at Mycenae, circa 1600–1500 BCE, contained staggering wealth: gold death masks, inlaid daggers showing lions and hunting scenes, gold cups, amber beads from the Baltic, and ostrich egg rhyta from Africa, evidence of far-flung connections. In Anatolia, the Hittite Old Kingdom, circa 1650–1400 BCE, coalesced under kings such as Hattusili I and Mursili I, who sacked Babylon around 1595 BCE, ending the Old Babylonian dynasty of Hammurabi. The Hittite capital Hattusa featured massive cyclopean walls, a lion gate, Sphinx gate, and an archive of 30,000 cuneiform tablets in Hittite, an Indo-European language, Akkadian, Luwian, and Hurrian. Diplomatic correspondence with Egypt, Assyria, and Babylon reveals a sophisticated international system sealed by treaties, royal marriages, and gift exchanges. The Late Bronze Age, 1550–1200 BCE, saw heightened interconnectivity. The Amarna letters, 382 clay tablets found at Akhenaten's capital Akhetaten, preserve correspondence between Egyptian pharaohs Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, and Tutankhamun and rulers of Babylon, Mitanni, Assyria, Hatti, Elashia, Cyprus, and Canaanite vassals. Written mostly in Akkadian, the diplomatic language, they discuss bride exchanges, Egyptian princesses sent abroad, foreign princesses arriving with vast dowries, gold shipments, military aid against Habaru raiders, and complaints about insufficient Egyptian support. Egypt's New Kingdom, 1550–1070 BCE, reached imperial heights under Thutmose III, 1479–1425 BCE, who conducted 17 campaigns into Syria-Palestine, capturing Megiddo in a daring march through the Aruna Pass, and under Ramesses II, 1279–1213 BCE, whose battle against the Hittites at Kadesh, 1274 BCE, ended in a stalemate formalized by the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. Hatshepsut's expedition to Punt circa 1470 BCE returned with myrrh trees, live animals, and exotic goods depicted in reliefs at Deir el-Bahri. Tutankhamun's tomb, discovered intact in 1922, contained over 5,000 objects: gold mask, chariots, thrones, beds, jewelry, weapons, clothing, food, wine, and shabti figurines, offering an unparalleled glimpse into royal life. The Late Bronze Age collapse around 1200–1150 BCE brought dramatic upheaval. Mycenaean palaces burned, Pylos, Mycenae, Turins, Hattusa was abandoned, Ugarit destroyed, many Levantan cities razed, and Egypt repelled Sea Peoples invasions under Ramesses III. Causes remain debated: drought documented in tree rings and sediment cores, earthquakes, internal revolts, systems collapse from over-centralization, migration pressures, iron weaponry democratizing warfare, or a perfect storm of multiple factors. Whatever the combination, the interconnected palace economies fractured, literacy declined in many areas, and long-distance trade contracted sharply. Yet collapse was not universal. Assyria survived and soon expanded, while the Phoenicians, descendants of Canaanites, developed alphabetic writing, circa 1200 BCE, built seafaring fleets, and established colonies from Carthage to Gadir, Cadiz. In the Aegean, post-palatial societies persisted, laying groundwork for the later geometric and archaic periods. In China, the Shang dynasty, circa 1600–1046 BCE, at Anyang produced oracle bones inscribed with the earliest fully developed Chinese script, recording divinations about weather, harvests, warfare, royal hunts, illness, and childbearing. Massive bronze vessels, ding tripods, gu goblets, jia wine vessels, cast using piece mold techniques, served ritual feasts and ancestor worship. As the Bronze Age drew to a close, the stage was set for new cultural syntheses in the Iron Age. The rise of Israel and Judah, the spread of alphabetic scripts, the emergence of Greek city-states, the revival of Assyrian power, and the eventual conquests of the Persians that would unite the Near East under a single empire for the first time. The journey that began with scattered bands of foragers had now produced literate, urban, state-organized societies capable of monumental achievements, philosophical reflection, legal codification, epic poetry, and sustained contact across thousands of kilometers, yet still vulnerable to ecological, social, and military shocks that could unravel centuries of progress in a few generations. As the dust of the Late Bronze Age collapse settled unevenly across the eastern Mediterranean, Near East, and beyond, leaving ruined palaces, fractured trade routes, and depopulated landscapes, the journey of early humans entered the Iron Age, roughly 1200–500 BCE in most regions. Iron technology itself had appeared sporadically earlier, a Hittite iron dagger from the 14th century BCE, occasional meteoric iron objects in Egypt and Mesopotamia, but widespread adoption after 1200 BCE owed less to any sudden metallurgical breakthrough than to the disruption of established bronze supply chains. Tin, essential for bronze, came largely from distant sources: Afghanistan, Cornwall, the Erzgebirge, whose trade links snapped during the collapse. Iron ore, by contrast, was abundant almost everywhere. Once smiths mastered bloomery smelting and carburization to produce workable steel edges, iron weapons and tools became cheaper, more accessible, and democratizing. A farmer or foot soldier could now afford a sharp blade where previously only elites controlled bronze. In the vacuum left by collapsed palaces, new actors rose. In the Levant, small Iron Age villages, circa 1200–1000 BCE, dotted the central hill country, simple four-room pillared houses, collared rim storage jars, absence of pig bones in many sites, associated with the emergence of early Israelite identity. The Merneptah stele 1208 BCE already mentions Israel as a people defeated in Canaan, while the Mesha stele circa 840 BCE later confirms the existence of an Israel and a house of David. Biblical narratives place the united monarchy under Saul, David, and Solomon, circa 1020–930 BCE, with Jerusalem as capital, a temple built by Phoenician craftsmen and administrative districts. Archaeological evidence remains debated. Large-scale stone architecture at Megiddo, Hazor, and Gezer, once attributed to Solomon, now often dated later, yet Khirbet Qeiyafa, circa 1020–980 BCE, reveals a fortified Judahite site with administrative architecture and an early Hebrew ostrakon. Whether a full kingdom or a chiefdom, this period saw the consolidation of tribal groups into territorial polities. By the 9th–8th centuries BCE, Iron Age IIAB, the divided kingdoms of Israel northern and Judah southern appear clearly in Assyrian records. Omri's dynasty in Samaria built ashlar palaces and ivory-inlaid furniture. Ahab fought coalitions at Karkar, 853 BCE. Judah under Hezekiah, 715–687 BCE, expanded Jerusalem dramatically, population perhaps quadrupling, constructed the Siloam Tunnel to secure water during anticipated Assyrian siege, and centralized worship at the Jerusalem Temple, suppressing rural shrines as described in 2 Kings 18. The prophets Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, Micah emerged in this era, articulating ethical monotheism, social justice, and covenant theology that would profoundly shape later Abrahamic traditions. Further north, the Phoenicians, Sidonians, Tyrians, Biblians thrived as maritime entrepreneurs. Lacking agricultural hinterland, they turned seaward, exporting cedar, purple dye, Tyrian purple from murex snails, glass, metalwork, and textiles. Around 1100–900 BCE, they developed the 22-letter consonantal alphabet that became the ancestor of Greek, Aramaic, Hebrew, Latin, and most modern scripts. By the 9th century BCE, Phoenician colonies dotted the Mediterranean. Carthage, traditionally 814 BCE, Utica, Gadir, Cadiz, Matia, Nora. These outposts traded tin from Iberia, silver from Tartessos, copper from Cyprus, amber from the Baltic via overland routes, and slaves, ivory, ostrich eggs from sub-Saharan Africa via trans-Saharan caravan precursors. In the Aegean, the so-called Greek Dark Ages, circa 1200–800 BCE, saw population decline, loss of linear B-literacy, abandonment of palaces, yet continuity in pottery styles, iron knives replacing bronze, and oral transmission of epic poetry. By 900–700 BCE, geometric period, population rebounded, villages grew into polis and grave goods, geometric pottery, bronze tripods, gold jewelry, reflect rising wealth and status competition. The Homeric epics, crystallized in this era though drawing on Mycenaean memories, celebrated heroic individualism, guest friendship, xenia, honor, and fate. The Iliad and Odyssey, performed by rhapsodes at festivals, provided shared cultural reference points across emerging Greek-speaking communities from the Black Sea to Sicily. The 8th century BCE witnessed explosive Greek colonization. Cumae, 750 BCE, Syracuse, 734 BCE, Massalia, 600 BCE, Sinope and Trapezus on the Black Sea, Almina in the Levant. Colonies relieved population pressure, secured grain from Ukraine and Sicily, metals from Etruria and Iberia, and created a Greek cultural koine across the Mediterranean. Simultaneously, the polis took shape, citizen militias of hoplites in bronze corselets and Corinthian helmets, phalanx formations emphasizing collective discipline over aristocratic heroism. Tyrants seized power in many cities, Cypselus in Corinth, Pisistratus in Athens, often with popular support, building temples, aqueducts, and festivals. In the east, Assyria rose from the ashes of the Bronze Age collapse to forge the first true empire. The Middle Assyrian kingdom had already expanded under Ashur-uballit I 1363–1328 BCE, but the Neo-Assyrian Empire 911–609 BCE reached unprecedented scale. Tiglath-Pileser III 745–727 BCE reorganized administration, created a standing army, deported rebellious populations en masse, the two-way deportation policy, and standardized tribute. Sargon II 722–705 BCE captured Samaria, deporting the northern Israelites, the 10 lost tribes. Sennacherib 705–681 BCE sacked Babylon 689 BCE, besieged Jerusalem 701 BCE, the miraculous deliverance recounted in both Assyrian annals and 2 Kings 19. Ashurbanipal 668–627 BCE created the Great Library at Nineveh, over 30,000 tablets preserving Sumerian Akkadian literature, medical texts, astronomical observations, omen series, and the Epic of Gilgamesh in its fullest form. Assyrian art glorified military might. Palace reliefs at Nimrud, Khorsabad, and Nineveh depict sieges, impalements, lion hunts, tribute processions, deportees carrying household gods. Yet Assyrian kings also portrayed themselves as pious shepherds, rebuilding temples, collecting exotic plants and animals in gardens, and sponsoring scholarship. The empire's fall came swiftly, 612–609 BCE. Civil war, Scythian and Cimmerian raids, and a coalition of Medes and Babylonians destroyed Nineveh and Haran. The Neo-Babylonian Empire, 626–539 BCE, inherited Assyrian territories. Nebuchadnezzar II 605–562 BCE rebuilt Babylon gloriously, Ishtar Gate glazed in blue with lions and dragons, the Etemenenki ziggurat possible inspiration for the Tower of Babel, hanging gardens perhaps terraced palace gardens, massive walls. He besieged Jerusalem twice, 597 and 586 BCE, destroying the first temple and deporting Judah's elite to Babylon, the Babylonian exile. The prophet Ezekiel and the courtier Daniel, in later tradition, lived in this milieu. Second Isaiah articulated universal monotheism and the suffering servant motif. In 559 BCE, Cyrus II of Persia defeated Astyages of Media, then Croesus of Lydia, 546 BCE, and finally Nabonidus of Babylon, 539 BCE, entering the city with minimal resistance and allowing exiled peoples, including the Jews, to return home. Edict of Cyrus, 538 BCE. The Achaemenid Persian Empire became the largest the world had yet seen, stretching from the Indus to the Aegean, from Central Asia to Nubia. Darius I 522–486 BCE organized it into satrapies, built the royal road 2,500 km from Susa to Sardis, standardized coinage, the gold daric and silver siglos, dug a canal linking the Nile to the Red Sea, and erected Persepolis as a ceremonial capital of columned halls, a Padana reliefs showing tribute bearers from 23 nations, and trilingual inscriptions in Old Persian, Elamite, and Akkadian. Persian administration was remarkably tolerant, local laws and cults respected, Aramaic used as chancery language across the empire, Phoenician and Greek fleets employed for naval power. Zoroastrianism, with its dualistic cosmology of Ahura Mazda versus Angra Mainyu, fire temples, and ethical emphasis on good thoughts, words, deeds, influenced court ideology and perhaps later Jewish, Christian, and Islamic concepts of heaven, hell, resurrection, and final judgment. In India, the Vedic period, circa 1500–600 BCE, saw Indo-Aryan speakers settle the Gangetic Plain, compose the Rigveda, oldest hymns circa 1500–1200 BCE, Yajurveda, Samaveda, Atharvaveda. Society stratified into Varnas, Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaisyas, Sudras, while Jatis, castes, began to emerge. The later Vedic texts, Brahmanas, Aranyakas, Upanishads, circa 1600 BCE, shifted from ritual sacrifice toward philosophical speculation, the identity of Atman self and Brahman ultimate reality, karma, samsara, moksha. By the 6th century BCE, the Mahajanapadas, 16 major states including Magadha, Kosala, Vatsa, Avanti, competed for dominance, setting the stage for the rise of Buddhism and Jainism. In China, the Western Zhou, 1046–771 BCE, had justified its overthrow of Shang through the mandate of heaven concept. After the move to Chengzhou, Luoyang in 771 BCE, the Eastern Zhou, 770–256 BCE, divided into the spring and autumn, 770–476 BCE, and warring states, 475–221 BCE, periods. Feudal lords became de facto independent. Bronze inscriptions gave way to iron tools and weapons, crossbows, cavalry. Confucius, 551–479 BCE, taught ritual propriety, lei, benevolence, ren, filial piety, and the rectification of names in an age of moral and political decay. The Analects record his conversations with disciples. Mencius and Zunzi later developed Confucian thought. Sunzi's Art of War, circa 5th century BCE, codified military strategy, while legalist thinkers Shang Yang, Han Fei advocated strict laws, rewards, punishments, and centralized power, ideas that would fuel Qin unification. Across Eurasia, the Iron Age thus produced regional fluorescence amid intensifying connectivity. Alphabetic scripts spreading literacy, monotheistic and philosophical traditions challenging older polytheisms, empires experimenting with multicultural governance, hoplite warfare and chariot tactics evolving, maritime trade knitting the Mediterranean into a single economic zone. Yet this era also sowed seeds of conflict, Persian-Greek clashes, Macedonian ambitions, Marian expansion, Qin ruthlessness, that would define the next chapter. As the 6th–4th centuries BCE drew to a close, the journey stood on the cusp of the Classical Age. The Greco-Persian Wars, the Athenian Golden Age, the Peloponnesian War, Alexander's conquests that Hellenized the East, the rise of Marian India under Chandragupta and Ashoka, the Qin-Han unification of China, and Rome's ascent from city-state to Mediterranean hegemon. These developments would carry humanity deeper into recorded history, where written sources multiply, philosophies crystallize, sciences emerge, and empires clash on scales never before seen. As the Classical Age dawned in the centuries following 500 BCE, the journey of early humans reached a phase of unprecedented intellectual, artistic, political, and military dynamism. Across Eurasia and North Africa, societies that had emerged from the Iron Age ferment now crystallized into distinctive civilizations whose legacies, philosophical systems, democratic experiments, imperial bureaucracies, epic literatures, scientific inquiries, and monumental art continue to echo through modern thought and institutions. This period, roughly 500 BCE to 500 CE, encompasses the height of classical Greece and Rome, the Persian Achaemenid and later Parthian/Sasanian empires, the Mauryan and Gupta Golden Ages in India, the Qin-Han unification and subsequent dynasties in China, and parallel developments in Mesoamerica and the Andes. These worlds were not isolated. Trade routes, conquests, migrations, and cultural borrowings increasingly linked them into a loosely connected Afro-Eurasian network. In the Greek world, the 5th century BCE opened with the Greco-Persian Wars, 499–449 BCE. The Ionian Revolt, 499–493 BCE, triggered Darius I's punitive expedition, culminating in the Athenian-led victory at Marathon 490 BCE, where hoplite phalanxes repulsed a much larger Persian force. Xerxes' massive invasion 10 years later, perhaps 200,000 men, a bridge of boats across the Hellespont, the canal through Mount Athos, met heroic, if costly, resistance at Thermopylae, the 300 Spartans and allies under Leonidas and Salamis, where Themistocles' naval strategy trapped the Persian fleet in narrow straits. Plataea 479 BCE, and Michael completed the expulsion of Persian forces from mainland Greece. These victories, celebrated in Herodotus' Histories, the first true historical prose work, fostered a sense of Greek cultural superiority and unity against barbarian despotism, even as inter-Greek rivalries persisted. Athens emerged as the cultural and economic hegemon of the Aegean. Under Pericles 461–429 BCE, the Delian leg transformed into an Athenian empire. Tribute funded the rebuilding of the Acropolis after Persian destruction. The Parthenon 447–432 BCE, designed by Echinus and Callicrates under Phidias' supervision, housed the colossal gold and ivory Athena Parthenos. Its frieze depicted the Panathenaic procession, metopes showed mythic combats, pediments portrayed Athena's birth and contest with Poseidon. The Propylaea Erechtean with caryatid porch and Temple of Athena Nike completed the program, embodying classical ideals of harmony, proportion, and idealized human form. Polykleitos Doriphoros, spear-bearer, canonized the contrapposto stance and mathematical ratios, head equals 1/7 body height, while Myron's Discobolus captured motion in bronze. Athenian democracy reached its apogee. Adult male citizens, excluding women, metics, slaves, voted directly in the assembly ecclesia, served on juries of hundreds, and filled magistracies by lot. The Bull Council of 500 prepared business, ostracism exiled potential tyrants. Yet this radical egalitarianism coexisted with imperialism. Thucydides' Melian dialogue chillingly records Athens' ultimatum to neutral Melos: submit or be destroyed. The Peloponnesian War, 431–404 BCE, pitted democratic, naval imperial Athens against oligarchic, land-based, conservative Sparta and its Peloponnesian leg. Pericles' strategy of abandoning Attic fields and sheltering behind long walls while relying on sea power backfired when plague struck, 430–426 BCE, possibly typhus or Ebola-like, killing perhaps a third of the population, including Pericles. The disastrous Sicilian expedition, 415–413 BCE, saw Athens' armada annihilated at Syracuse. Sparta, financed by Persian gold, built a navy under Lysander and blockaded Piraeus. Athens surrendered in 404 BCE, suffering the long walls, demolition, and installation of the 30 tyrants. The 4th century BCE saw philosophical fluorescence amid political fragmentation. Socrates 469–399 BCE, never writing himself, used dialectic questioning to expose ignorance and pursue virtue. His trial and hemlock execution, 399 BCE, for corrupting youth and impiety became a martyrdom for free thought. Plato 427–347 BCE, his student, founded the Academy and wrote dialogues, Apology, Credo, Phaedo, Republic, Symposium, Phaedrus, exploring justice, the ideal state ruled by philosopher kings, the tripartite soul, theory of forms, eternal perfect archetypes versus imperfect copies, love as ascent to the beautiful, and the immortality of the soul. Aristotle 384–322 BCE, Plato's pupil, broke with idealism, emphasizing empirical observation. Lyceum lectures systematized logic, organon, biology, historia, animalium, classifying over 500 species, physics, metaphysics, first philosophy, ethics, Nicomachean ethics on the mean, politics, man as zoon politiken, poetics, tragedy evoking catharsis. His pupil Theophrastus continued botanical studies, later peripatetics, advanced astronomy and mechanics. Macedon under Philip II, 359–336 BCE, revolutionized warfare. The Sarissa, 18-foot pike, combined arms tactics, professional standing army, siege train. Philip subdued Greece after Chaeronea, 338 BCE. His son Alexander III the Great, 336–323 BCE, crossed the Hellespont, 334 BCE. Cut the Gordian knot, defeated Darius III at Issus, 333 BCE, and Gaugamela, 331 BCE, burned Persepolis, symbolic revenge or drunken excess, pursued the fleeing king to Central Asia, crossed the Hindu Kush, defeated Porus at Hydaspes, 326 BCE. Then turned back at his troops' refusal to march farther. Alexander founded over 70 cities, Alexandria in Egypt the most famous, promoted intermarriage, mass wedding at Susa, adopted Persian court ceremonial, and died in Babylon 323 BCE at 32, leaving no clear successor. Diadochi Wars fragmented his empire into Hellenistic kingdoms. Ptolemaic Egypt, Alexandria's Mausoleum and library housing perhaps 700,000 scrolls. Seleucid Asia from Thrace to Bactria, Antigonid Macedon, Attalid Pergamon. Hellenistic culture blended Greek and Eastern elements. Stoicism, Zeno of Citium, taught virtue as living according to nature and reason. Cosmopolitanism, all humans citizens of the cosmos. Apatheia, freedom from destructive passions. Epicureanism, Epicurus, sought ataraxia through modest pleasures, atomism, and rejection of fear of God's death. Skepticism, Pyrrho, suspended judgment for tranquility. Scientific advances included Euclid's elements, axiomatic geometry, Archimedes' pi approximation, buoyancy, levers, compound pulleys, siege engines, Eratosthenes' Earth circumference, km, Aristarchus' heliocentric hypothesis, Hipparchus' precession of equinoxes, star catalog, Ptolemy geocentric Almagest. Literature flourished. Callimachus, Pinax cataloged the library, Theocritus invented pastoral poetry, Menander perfected new comedy. In Italy, Rome evolved from monarchy, traditionally 753–509 BCE, through republic 509–27 BCE, to empire. Early Rome absorbed Etruscan influences, arches, gladiatorial combat, toga, while developing distinctive institutions. Senate, Patrician Council, consuls, 2 annually elected chief magistrates, assemblies, comitia centuriata for war electing magistrates, tributa for legislation, tribunes of the plebs with veto power. The struggle of the orders secured plebeian rights. Lex Hortensia, 287 BCE, made plebiscites binding on all. Conquest of Italy by 264 BCE incorporated allies with varying citizenship rights. The Punic Wars, 264–146 BCE, made Rome a Mediterranean power. The first, 264–241 BCE, ended Carthaginian naval supremacy. The second, 218–201 BCE, saw Hannibal cross the Alps with elephants, win at Trebia, Trasimene, Canna, 216 BCE, ~50,000 70,000 Romans killed, yet fail to capture Rome itself. Scipio Africanus defeated him at Zama, 202 BCE, after invading Africa. The Third Punic War, 149–146 BCE, raised Carthage. Cato's refrain, "Carthage must be destroyed," prevailed. Rome then subdued Macedon, 168 BCE, Battle of Pydna, Greece, 146 BCE, Corinth destroyed, and Seleucid Syria, 63 BCE. Internal strains mounted. Wealth from conquests created latifundia worked by slaves, displacing small farmers. The Gracchi, Tiberius 133 BCE, Gaius 123–121 BCE, attempted land reform and faced assassination. Marius professionalized the army, recruiting landless proletara, equipment state provided, loyalty to general, won against Jugurtha, Cimbri, Teutons. Sulla marched on Rome 88 BCE, proscribed enemies, then retired. Pompey and Crassus dominated. The first triumvirate, 60 BCE, added Caesar. Caesar's Gallic Wars, 5850 BC, conquered Gaul, crossed the Rhine and Channel. His commentary became literary classics. Crossing the Rubicon, 49 BCE, sparked civil war. He defeated Pompey at Pharsalus, 48 BCE, pursued him to Egypt. Cleopatra VII's alliance, crushed Republican forces at Thapsus and Munda. Dictator Perpetuo, he reformed calendar Julian, centralized administration, granted citizenship widely, yet was assassinated on the Ides of March 44 BCE. The second triumvirate, Octavian, Antony, Lepidus, avenged Caesar, proscribed Cicero, defeated Brutus and Cassius at Philippi 42 BCE. Antony allied with Cleopatra. Octavian portrayed him as Eastern puppet. Actium 31 BCE, naval victory and Alexandria's fall 30 BCE, ended the Ptolemaic kingdom. Egypt became personal imperial estate. Octavian, now Augustus, 27 BCE, cloaked autocracy in republican forms. Princeps imperator, Pontifex Maximus, tribunician power, but Senate retained prestige. Provinces divided, senatorial imperial. The Pax Romana began 2 centuries of relative peace, prosperity, standardized law, coinage, roads, Appian Way, Via Egnatia, aqueducts, Pont du Gard, baths, amphitheaters. Augustan literature celebrated the new order. Virgil's Aeneid epic linking Rome to Troy, Horace's Odes and Epodes, Livy's Ob Urb Candida, history from foundation, Ovid's Metamorphoses, mythological transformations, and Ars Amatoria, elegant exile followed. Architecture flourished. Arapacis, Mausoleum of Augustus, Forum of Augustus, Pantheon under Hadrian, but begun earlier. Subsequent emperors varied. Tiberius withdrawn, paranoid, Caligula mad, Claudius conquered Britain 43 CE, efficient administrator, Nero, fire of Rome 64 CE, blamed Christians, committed suicide 68 CE. The year of 4 emperors, 69 CE, ended with Flavian dynasty. Vespasian built Colosseum, Flavian amphitheater. Titus sacked Jerusalem, 70 CE. Arch of Titus depicts menorah, Domitian autocratic. Adoptive emperors Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus, Pius, Marcus Aurelius, 96–180 CE, marked the 5 good emperors. Trajan expanded to Dacia, Parthia. His column narrates campaigns in spiral relief. Hadrian consolidated frontiers. Hadrian's Wall in Britain, Limes in Germany, rebuilt Pantheon, traveled empire. Marcus Aurelius' Meditations reflect Stoic philosophy amid Germanic wars and Antonine plague. Christianity emerged in this world. Jesus of Nazareth, circa 4 BCE, 30–33 CE, preached in Rome and Judea. Crucifixion under Pontius Pilate. Paul's missionary journeys and epistles spread the message to Gentiles. Persecutions, Nero, Domitian, Decius, Diocletian, alternated with tolerance. By Constantine's Edict of Milan, 313 CE, Christianity gained legal status, eventually becoming state religion under Theodosius, 380 CE. Parallel to Rome, India's Mauryan Empire, circa 321–185 BCE, under Chandragupta Maurya defeated Seleucus Nicator, unified most of subcontinent. Ashoka, 268–232 BCE, initially expansionist, Kalinga War, killed, converted to Buddhism after remorse, propagated Dhamma through rock and pillar edicts in Prakrit, Greek Aramaic. He sent missionaries to Sri Lanka, Hellenistic kingdoms, stupas, Sanchi enlarged, Viharas expanded. Post-Mauryan fragmentation saw Indo-Greeks, Bactrian Greeks in northwest, Shungas, Satavahanas, Kushans. Kanishka, circa 127–150 CE, patronized Mahayana Buddhism, convened Fourth Buddhist Council. Gandhara and Mathura schools produced Greco-Buddhist art, Buddha in human form with wavy hair, toga-like robes. China's Qin dynasty, 221–206 BCE. Under Qin, Shi Huangdi unified warring states, standardized script, weights, measures, axle widths, built Great Wall sections, burned books and buried scholars to suppress dissent, created terracotta army, 8,000+ life-size figures guarding mausoleum. Han Dynasty 206 BCE 220 CE restored Confucian learning, developed Silk Road trade, Zhang Qian's missions to Fergana, Parthia, invented paper Kai Lun circa 105 CE, seismograph Zhang Heng, cast iron technology, crossbow trigger wheelbarrow. Sima Qian's records of the grand historian set historiographical standard. Wang Mang's brief Xin Dynasty 923 CE attempted radical reforms. Eastern Han saw Yellow Turban Rebellion 184 CE, Three Kingdoms Division 220-280 CE. In Mesoamerica, the Classic period, circa 250-900 CE, saw Maya city-states Palenque, Tikal, Kapan, Calakmul flourish with hieroglyphic writing, phonetic logosyllabic script, long count calendar, stele recording royal accessions and captures, corbel vaulted temples, ball courts, observatories. Teotihuacan in central Mexico, 100 BCE 650 CE, grew to 100,000-200,000 inhabitants, with Pyramid of the Sun, 65 m tall, Avenue of the Dead, multi-ethnic quarters, obsidian workshops, talud table row architecture influencing Maya and Zapotec. As classical civilizations reached their zenith, Greek philosophy, Roman law and engineering, Indian dharma and Buddhist ethics, Chinese bureaucracy and technology, Maya mathematics and astronomy, the foundations were laid for medieval transformations. Fall of Western Rome 476 CE, rise of Byzantium, spread of Islam 7th century, Gupta Golden Age in India 320-550 CE with Kalidasa's poetry, Aryabhata's astronomy, Tangsong China 618-1279 CE with gunpowder, printing, compass. The journey had moved from scattered bands to empires spanning continents, literate bureaucracies, world religions, and scientific inquiry, yet still faced cycles of rise, overextension, plague, invasion, and renewal. As the classical empires of Rome, Han China, Gupta India, and the Hellenistic successor states reached their mature forms and began to show the strains of size, succession crises, economic pressures, and frontier vulnerabilities, the journey of early humans transitioned into late antiquity and the early medieval period, roughly 300 to 1000 CE. This era witnessed the fragmentation of the Western Roman world, the persistence and transformation of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire, the explosive rise and rapid expansion of Islam, the consolidation of new kingdoms in Europe, the golden age of Tangsong China, the spread of Buddhism across East and Southeast Asia, and the flowering of regional powers in Africa, the Americas, and the Pacific. Far from a simple dark age, as older narratives once claimed, this period saw vigorous cultural synthesis, technological diffusion, religious innovation, and the laying of foundations for the high medieval and early modern worlds. In the Roman sphere, the 3rd century CE had already exposed structural weaknesses. The crisis of the 3rd century, 235-284 CE, brought 26 emperors in 50 years, many assassinated, barbarian incursions across the Rhine and Danube, Sasanian Persian attacks in the east, rampant inflation, plague, the Cyprian plague, possibly smallpox or measles, and economic contraction. Diocletian 284-305 CE stabilized the empire through the Tetrarchy, 2 senior Augusti and 2 junior Caesars, dividing administration into 4 prefectures, creating the mobile field army comitatenses, fixing prices and wages in the Edict on Maximum Prices 301 CE, and persecuting Christians in the Great Persecution 303-311 CE. Constantine I 306-337 CE defeated rivals at Milvian Bridge 312 CE, where he reportedly saw a vision of the Chi-Rho and the words "in this sign conquer." His Edict of Milan 313 CE granted religious toleration, and he founded Constantinople 330 CE on the site of Byzantium as a new, Christian-oriented capital closer to the empire's eastern wealth and better defensible. Theodosius I 379–395 CE made Nicene Christianity the state religion. Edict of Thessalonica 380 CE banned pagan sacrifices, closed temples including the Serapeum in Alexandria 391 CE, and suppressed Arianism. After his death, the empire permanently split, Arcadius in the east, Honorius in the west. The western half unraveled rapidly. Alaric's Visigoths sacked Rome 410 C, the first breach in 800 years, then settled in Aquitania as foederati. Vandals under Gaiseric crossed into Africa 429 CE, captured Carthage 439 CE, and sacked Rome again 455 CE. Attila's Huns ravaged the Balkans and Gaul until checked at the Catalonian plains 451 CE by Aetius and a coalition including Visigoths. The last Western emperor, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by the Germanic warlord Odoacer in 476 CE, a symbolic rather than cataclysmic end, as Roman institutions, law, cities, and culture persisted in attenuated form. The Eastern Roman Empire, later called Byzantine, endured. Justinian I 527–565 CE, and Theodora pursued reconquest. Belisarius recovered North Africa, 533–534 CE from the Vandals, then Italy from the Ostrogoths, 535–554 CE, though at ruinous cost. Justinian codified Roman law in the Corpus Juris Civilis, Codex, Digest, Institutes, novels, preserving classical jurisprudence from medieval Europe. Hagia Sophia, 537 CE, rebuilt after the Nika riots, featured the largest dome in the world until the Renaissance, 32.7 m diameter, pendentives, marble revetment, and mosaics. Procopius buildings praised it, while his secret history vilified Justinian and Theodora. The plague of Justinian, 541–542 CE, probably bubonic, killed perhaps 25–50% of the empire's population, weakening it long term. Byzantine society blended Greco-Roman administration, Christian theology, and increasingly Greek language and culture. The theme system, military districts where soldier farmers held land in return for service, strengthened defenses. Iconoclasm, 726–843 CE, saw emperors Leo III and Constantine V destroy religious images as idolatrous, opposed by iconodules led by John of Damascus. The controversy ended with the triumph of orthodoxy, 843 CE. The Macedonian dynasty, 867–1056 CE, brought resurgence. Basil II, the Bulgar slayer, crushed the Bulgarians at Cladion 1014 CE, expanding to the Danube. The empire reached its medieval maximum under the Komnenoi 1081–1185 CE. In Western Europe, Germanic kingdoms replaced Roman provinces. The Visigoths ruled Spain until Muslim conquest 711 CE, Ostrogoths Italy until Justinian's reconquest, Franks northern Gaul. Clovis I 480–1511 CE united the Franks, converted to Catholic Christianity 496 CE, and defeated the Visigoths at Vouillé 507 CE, establishing the Merovingian dynasty. His successors divided the realm among sons. Real power shifted to mayors of the palace. Charles Martel halted Muslim raids at Poitiers-Tours 732 CE. His son Pepin the Short deposed the last Merovingian, 751 CE, with papal blessing. His grandson Charlemagne, 768–814 CE, expanded the Frankish realm into an empire. Conquest of Lombards, 774 CE. Saxony, 772–804 CE. Brutal forced conversions. Coronation as Roman emperor by Pope Leo III on Christmas 800 CE in St. Peter's. The Carolingian Renaissance revived learning. Alcuin of York directed the palace school at Aachen. Scriptoria produced Caroline minuscule, clear, rounded script ancestor of modern lowercase. Monasteries copied classical texts. Charlemagne's empire fragmented after his death. Treaty of Verdun 843 CE divided among Lothair. Louis the German, Charles the Bald. The 9th–10th centuries brought new pressures. Viking raids from Scandinavia, Lindisfarne 793 CE, Paris 845 CE, Siege of England, Magyar incursions from the steppe, Saracen attacks in the Mediterranean. Alfred the Great of Wessex 871–899 CE, resisted Vikings, promoted education, translation of Gregory Boethius Orosius into Old English, built burhs, fortified towns. In Eastern Europe, Slavs settled widely. Kievan Rus emerged under Varangian, Swedish Viking rulers. Rurik, Oleg, Igor, Olga converted to Christianity 957 CE. Vladimir I baptized 988 CE. Mass baptism of Kiev. Yaroslav the Wise codified Russkaya Pravda law code, built St. Sophia Cathedral. The rise of Islam transformed the Afro-Eurasian world. Muhammad c. 570–632 CE received revelations in Mecca 610 CE onward, preached monotheism, social justice, charity, faced persecution, migrated to Medina, Hijra 622 CE, start of Islamic calendar. He united Arabian tribes, conquered Mecca 630 CE, died 632 CE. The Rashidun Caliphs 632–661 CE expanded rapidly. Abu Bakr quelled apostasy wars. Umar conquered Syria, Iraq, Egypt, Persia. Battle of Yarmouk 636 CE. Qadisiyah 636–637 CE. Nahavan 642 CE. Uthman standardized the Quran. Ali's caliphate sparked civil war, first fitna. Muawiyah founded the Umayyad Caliphate 661–750 CE. In Damascus, Arabicized administration, minted dinars and dirhams, built Dome of the Rock 691 CE on Temple Mount with mosaics and Quranic inscriptions affirming Tawhid and rejecting Trinity. The Umayyads pushed to Iberia 711 CE. Tariq ibn Ziyad crossing Gibraltar, Jabal Tariq, Indus Valley and Transoxiana. The Abbasid Revolution 750 CE overthrew them, moving capital to Baghdad 762 CE, round city of Al-Mansur. The Abbasid Golden Age 8th–10th centuries saw the House of Wisdom Beit al-Hikmah translate Greek, Persian, Indian texts into Arabic. Aristotle, Plato, Galen, Euclid, Ptolemy, Brahmagupta. Scholars like Al-Khwarizmi, algebra, his name gave us algorithm. Al-Razi, clinical medicine, Ibn Sina, Avicenna, canon of medicine, Al-Biruni, comparative religion, geodesy, Al-Farabi, political philosophy, Ibn al-Haytham, optics, scientific method, advanced knowledge. Paper from China revolutionized book production, poetry, Al-Mutanabi, history, Al-Tabari's Universal Chronicle, geography, Al-Idrisi later flourished. Islamic expansion continued under regional dynasties. Fatimids in Egypt, Shia Ismaili, founded Cairo 969 CE, Al-Azhar University. Umayyads in Al-Andalus, Cordoba Caliphate under Abd al-Rahman III, 929–1031 CE, library of 400,000 volumes, great mosque with horseshoe arches. Samanids and Buyids in Iran, Ghaznavids in Afghanistan. Sufi orders, Qadiriyya, Suhrawardiya spread mysticism. Sunni Shia split deepened after Karbala 680 CE, martyrdom of Hussein. In China, the Sui dynasty 581–618 CE, reunified after three kingdoms and northern-southern dynasties' fragmentation, built Grand Canal linking Yellow and Yangtze rivers, rebuilt Great Wall sections. Tang dynasty 618–907 CE became cosmopolitan superpower. Chang'an, Xi'an, world's largest city, 1 million. Silk Road trade booming, Sogdian merchants, Persian glass, Indian spices, Central Asian horses. Equal field system, distributed land, 3 departments and 6 ministries, bureaucracy, civil service exams revived. Li Shimin Taizong conquered Turks, expanded to Tarim Basin. Wu Zetian, Emperor 690–705 CE, ruled as emperor in her own right. Poetry reached heights. Li Bai, romantic wine-loving wanderer. Du Fu, social conscience, war suffering. Wang Wei, Buddhist landscape painter-poet. Printing invented, woodblock by 7th century, full texts by 9th. gunpowder appeared for fireworks, later military use. Tang decline followed a Lushan rebellion, 755–763 CE, perhaps 36 million deaths. Eunuch and warlord power grew, 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, 907–960 CE, followed. Song dynasty 960–1279 CE, reunited China, urbanized Kaifeng, then Hangzhou over 1 million, commercialized paper money Jia Ozi joint stock companies, innovated movable type by Bai Shengxi 1040 CE, magnetic compass for navigation, mechanical clock by Su Song. Neo-Confucianism, Zhuzai later, synthesized Confucius with Buddhist and Taoist metaphysics. Yet military weakness against Khitan Liao, Jurchen Jin, and later Mongols led to loss of north 1127 CE. In India, the Gupta Empire's fall, c. 550 CE, ushered in regional kingdoms. Harsha of Kannauj, 606–647 CE, briefly united North India, patronized Buddhism, Xuanzang visited. Chola dynasty in south 9th–13th centuries built maritime empire. Rajaraja I conquered Sri Lanka. Rajendra I raided Bengal and Southeast Asia, built Brihadiswarar temple 1010 CE, 66 M. Vimana. Pala dynasty in Bengal 750–1174 CE, supported Nalanda and Vikramashila universities. In Southeast Asia, Srivijaya, Sumatra, 7th–13th centuries, dominated Straits trade. Angkor Khmer, 9th–15th centuries, built Angkor Wat, 12th century, Vishnu temple turned Buddhist. In sub-Saharan Africa, Aksum, Ethiopia, declined after 7th century but left monumental Stelaean coinage. Nubian Christian kingdoms, Makuria, Alodia, resisted Arab incursions. West African Sahel saw Ghana Empire, c. 300–1100 CE, control gold salt trade, Kumbai sail capital described by al-Bakri. In the Americas, Maya Classic period collapsed 8th–9th centuries c. Drought, warfare, overpopulation, yet northern Yucatan flourished, Chichen Itza, Mayapan. Teotihuacan fell c. 650 CE, Toltecs rose at Tula 900–1150 CE, influencing Aztec culture. Moche, Peru, 100–700 CE, produced exquisite ceramics and huacas. Tiwanaku and Wari expanded highland states. By 1000 CE, the world had become more interconnected. Norse reached Vinland, c. 1000 CE. Swahili coast traded with Persia and India. Champa and Daiviet interacted with China. Polynesians settled Hawaii and Easter Island. Monasticism preserved learning in Europe, Benedictine rule. Scriptoria at Monte Cassino, Cluny, Islamic madrasas and libraries transmitted classical knowledge. Buddhist sanghas spread across Asia. As the first millennium closed, the stage was set for further transformations. Crusades reconnecting Europe and the Levant, Mongol unification of Eurasia, Mali empire's rise under Mansa Musa, Delhi Sultanate in India, rise of Italian city-states, and the slow recovery of European urban life and trade. The journey from scattered foragers had now produced enduring religious civilizations, sophisticated bureaucracies, global trade networks, and intellectual traditions capable of both preserving the past and inventing futures. As the year 1000 CE approached and then passed, marking a symbolic rather than abrupt turning point, the journey of early humans entered the high medieval period, an era of demographic rebound, agricultural intensification, urban revival, institutional maturation, religious fervor, commercial expansion, and increasingly sophisticated cultural production across much of the inhabited world. Between roughly 1000 and 1300 CE, Europe experienced the so-called High Middle Ages. The Islamic world saw the consolidation of powerful sultanates and scholarly traditions. China under the Song, Liao, Jin, and early Yuan achieved remarkable technological and economic peaks. India flourished under Chola maritime power and later Delhi Sultanate foundations. Sub-Saharan Africa witnessed the rise of Mali and Great Zimbabwe. Mesoamerica and the Andes developed increasingly complex polities, and long-distance networks, Silk Roads, Indian Ocean trade, trans-Saharan caravans, North Atlantic routes, wove these regions into denser webs of exchange. In Western Europe, the 11th century opened with relative stability after Viking, Magyar, and Saracen pressures eased. Population grew steadily, from perhaps 35 million around 1000 CE to 70-80 million by 1300 CE, driven by the medieval warm period, roughly 950-1250 CE, which lengthened growing seasons and reduced harvest failures. The three-field system, heavy-wheeled plow with moldboard, horse-collar horseshoes, and windmills increased yields, allowing surplus to support towns, specialists, and armies. Feudalism matured, lords granted fiefs to vassals in return for military service, peasants, serfs, worked domain land and owed labor, rents, and banalities, fees for mills, ovens, presses. Castles, first motte and bailey earthworks, then stone keeps Tower of London begun 1078 c, anchored lordly power. The church reached the zenith of its medieval influence. The Gregorian reform, named after Pope Gregory VII, 1073-1085 CE, sought to free the church from lay control. Investiture controversy pitted Gregory against Emperor Henry IV, culminating in Canossa 1077 CE, where Henry knelt in snow, though the struggle continued until the Concordat of Worms 1122 CE compromised emperor-invested temporalities, pope spiritualities. Monastic orders proliferated. Cluny, founded 910 CE, peaked with over 1,000 houses. Cistercians, 1098 CE, emphasized simplicity, manual labor, and land clearance under Bernard of Clairvaux. Carthusians pursued extreme solitude. Mendicant orders, Franciscans, Francis of Assisi, 1210 CE, approved, and Dominicans, Dominic, 1216 CE, combined poverty, preaching, and urban ministry to counter heresy. Cathars, Waldensians. The Crusades, 1095-1291 CE, redirected European energies outward. Urban II's call at Clermont, 1095 CE, launched the First Crusade. Knights captured Antioch, 1098 CE, and Jerusalem, 1099 CE, establishing Crusader states: Kingdom of Jerusalem, County of Edessa, Principality of Antioch, County of Tripoli. Saladin Salah al-Din recaptured Jerusalem, 1187 CE, after Hattin. The Third Crusade, 1189-1192 CE, with Richard the Lionheart, Philip Augustus, and Frederick Barbarossa achieved coastal concessions but failed to retake the city. The Fourth Crusade, 1202-1204 CE, notoriously sacked Constantinople, fragmenting Byzantium into Latin Empire and Greek successor states: Nicaea, Epirus, Trebizond. Later crusades targeted Egypt. 5th, 7th Louis IX captured and ransomed. The Baltic, Northern Crusades against Prussians, Lithuanians, and Southern France. Albigensian Crusade, 1209-1229 CE, against Cathars. Despite military failures, crusading stimulated trade. Italian cities, Venice, Genoa, Pisa, gained privileges in Levantan ports, importing spices, silk, cotton, sugar, alum. New banking techniques, letters of credit, bills of exchange, and accounting double entry by 14th century emerged. The 12th century Renaissance revived learning. Translators in Toledo, Sicily, Antioch rendered Arabic versions of Aristotle, Ptolemy, Galen, Euclid into Latin. Universities appeared: Bologna, law, c. 1088 CE, Paris, theology, arts, c. 1150 CE, Oxford, c. 1167 CE, Salamanca, Padua, Cambridge. Scholasticism synthesized faith and reason. Anselm's ontological argument, Abelard's Sic et Non, Peter Lombard's sentences, Thomas Aquina's Summa Theologica, 1265-1274 CE, harmonized Aristotle with Christianity. Gothic architecture expressed spiritual aspiration. Pointed arches, ribbed vaults, flying buttresses allowed soaring naves, and vast stained glass windows flooding interiors with colored light. Abbey Church of St. Denis, Suger's Choir, 1140s CE, pioneered the style. Chartres, Notre Dame de Paris, Reims, Amiens, Beauvais' highest vault at 48 m followed. Sculpture moved toward naturalism, jam figures at Chartres, smiling angels at Reims, while illuminated manuscripts, Tres Riches Hures du Duc de Berry later, and tapestries, Bayeux tapestry earlier, preserved visual narratives. In England, the Norman Conquest, 1066 CE, Battle of Hastings, introduced feudalism and French-speaking elite. Doomsday Book 1086 CE surveyed resources for taxation. Magna Carta 1215 CE limited royal power, protected baronial rights, and laid groundwork for constitutionalism. The Hundred Years' War 1337–1453 CE began later, but its roots lay in this period's dynastic entanglements. In the Islamic world, the Abbasid Caliphate weakened after 945 CE when Buyids, Shia, controlled Baghdad, reducing caliphs to figureheads. Regional powers rose. Seljuk Turks Sunni defeated Byzantines at Manzikert 1071 CE, opening Anatolia to Turkic settlement. Great Seljuk Sultanate fragmented into successor states, Zengids, Ayyubids. Saladin's Ayyubid dynasty, 1171–1250 CE, unified Egypt and Syria, recaptured Jerusalem. Mamluk slave soldiers who seized power in Egypt 1250 CE, defeated Mongols at Ain Jalut 1260 CE, halting westward expansion and expelled crusaders from Acre 1291 CE. The Islamic East saw brilliant cultural continuity. Baghdad remained an intellectual magnet until Mongol sack 1258 CE. Scholars in Damascus, Cairo, Cordoba, Bukhara advanced mathematics, Omar Khayyam, astronomy, Nasir al-Din Tusi's observatory at Maragha, medicine, Ibn al-Nafis described pulmonary circulation, philosophy, Ibn Rushd/Averroes commented on Aristotle influencing Aquinas, Suhrawardi founded Illuminationist school, Ibn Arabi developed mystical metaphysics. Persian literature flowered. Ferdowsi's Shahnameh completed c. 1010 CE, Nizami's romantic epics, Rumi's Masnavi 13th century Sufi masterpiece, Sadi's Gulistan and Bustan. Architecture evolved. Seljuk brick minarets and muqarnas, Ayyubid and Mamluk madrasas and mausolea with intricate stucco and tile. Al-Andalus reached cultural heights under the Taifa kingdoms after Cordoba Caliphate collapsed 1031 CE and Almoravid Almohad Berber dynasties. The Great Mosque of Cordoba, expanded 8th–10th centuries, featured hypostyle hall with double-tiered arches. The Alhambra 13th–14th centuries, Nasrid period, displayed paradise gardens, muqarnas domes, geometric tilework. Maimonides 1138–1204 CE, Jewish philosopher-physician, wrote Guide for the Perplexed in Arabic, reconciling Aristotle with Torah. In India, the Chola Empire, c. 850–1279 CE, dominated South India and projected naval power. Rajaraja I 985–1014 CE, conquered northern Sri Lanka, Maldives. Rajendra I 1014–1044 CE, raided Bengal, sent fleet to Southeast Asia, Srivijaya, Malay Peninsula, established diplomatic ties with Song China. Brihadiswarar Temple at Thanjavur 1010 CE exemplifies Dravidian style, massive vimana, intricate carvings, bronze Nataraja images. After Chola decline, Pandya, Hoysala, Kakatiya kingdoms flourished. Hoysalswara Temple at Halebidu 12th century shows virtuoso soapstone sculpture. The Delhi Sultanate emerged after Muhammad of Ghor's victory at Tarin, 1192 CE. Iltutmish, 1211–1236 CE, consolidated power, built Qutb Minar complex. Slave Mamluk dynasty, Khalji Alauddin Khalji repelled Mongols, market controls, Tughlaq Muhammad bin Tughlaq's ambitious but failed reforms, capital shift to Dawlatabad, token currency, Sayyid and Lodi dynasties followed. Indo-Islamic architecture blended, Qutb complexes arches and minaret with Indic motifs, Alai Darwaza's geometric patterns. In China, the Song dynasty, 960–1279 CE, achieved extraordinary sophistication despite military vulnerability. Northern Song 960–1127 CE saw economic revolution. Rice yields doubled with Champa fast ripening strain, Iron production reached 125,000 tons annually, more than early industrial Britain. Coal used for heating and smelting, paddle wheel ships, canal locks, paper money, Jaya Ozi, then Guan, pawnbroking, joint stock partnerships. Urban life boomed, Kaifeng's night markets, restaurants, theaters, tea houses. Hangzhou, southern Song capital after Jurchen Jin conquest of North, described by Marco Polo as beyond dispute the finest and noblest city in the world. Neo-Confucianism triumphed. Zhuzai 1130–1200 CE, synthesized Cheng brothers' ideas, emphasized Li principle and Qi vital force, 4 books over 5 classics for exams. Printing exploded, movable type by Sheng C 1040 CE, private bookshops, popular literature, CI poetry, sank drama, vernacular novels precursors. Gunpowder weapons, fire lances, bombs, cannons appeared in warfare against Jin and Mongols. The Mongol conquests 1206–1368 CE reshaped Eurasia. Temujin proclaimed Genghis Khan 1206 CE. Unified tribes conquered Xia Jin Khwarezm 1219–1221 CE, devastating Central Asia, pushed into Russia, Khalkha 1223 CE, died 1227 CE. Urgide Guyuk Murk continued expansion. Hulagu sacked Baghdad 1258 CE, ended Abbasid Caliphate. Kublai Khan 1260–1294 CE, completed conquest of Song 1279 CE, Battle of Yamen, founded Yuan dynasty. Mongol Empire at peak c. 1279 CE, stretched from Korea to Hungary, facilitated Pax Mongolica, safe caravans, Yam postal relay, diplomatic exchanges. Paper money KO enforced, censuses conducted, astronomers, Jamal al-Din built observatories, Persian historians Rashid al-Din wrote Jami al-Tawariq world history. Yet heavy taxation, ethnic hierarchy, Mongols, Central Asians, Northern Chinese, Southern Chinese, and plague, Black Death origins debated, possibly Central Asian, weakened Yuan. In Africa the trans-Saharan trade intensified. Gold, salt, slaves, ivory, cola nuts exchanged between West African Sahel and North Africa. Ghana declined. Mali Empire rose under Sundiata Keita, c. 1235 CE founder, reached zenith under Mansa Musa 1312–1337 C. His 1324 pilgrimage to Mecca with 60,000 followers, 100 camels each carrying 300 pounds gold, crashed Cairo's economy. Timbuktu and Jenne became scholarly centers. Sankor Madrasa housed thousands of manuscripts. Great Zimbabwe, 11th–15th centuries in southern Africa controlled gold trade to Swahili coast, built massive dry stone enclosures, great enclosure walls up to 11 m high, conical tower. In the Americas, the Toltec collapse, c. 1150–1200 CE, preceded Aztec rise. Mexico migrated to Lake Texcoco, founded Tenochtitlan 1325 CE, formed Triple Alliance 1428 CE with Texcoco and Tlacopan, expanded through tribute warfare. In the Andes the Wari and Tiwanaku declined. Chimu Kingdom, c. 914–70 CE, built Chan Chan, largest adobe city in Americas. Inca under Pachacuti 1438–1471 CE, began rapid expansion from Cusco Valley. By the late 13th century, the medieval synthesis began to strain. The Black Death 1347–1351 CE arrived via Mongol trade routes, killing 30–60% of Europe's population, disrupting labor, accelerating serfdom's decline, stimulating wage demands, and shaking faith in old certainties. Scholastic synthesis faced nominalist critiques. William of Ockham, Babylonian Captivity of the Papacy, 1309–1377 CE, and Great Schism, 1378–1417 CE, undermined ecclesiastical authority. Mongol fragmentation, Yuan collapse, 1368 CE, Timur's devastating campaigns, late 14th century, disrupted Eastern trade. Yet the same crises stimulated innovation. Renaissance humanism in Italy, maritime exploration along African coasts, gunpowder artillery changing warfare, printing press, Gutenberg c. 1450 CE, about to revolutionize knowledge diffusion. The journey had now produced a world of universities, cathedrals, madrasas, pagodas, vast cities, codified laws, philosophical systems, epic poetry, and global, if still thin connections, poised for the early modern accelerations of oceanic navigation, gunpowder empires, scientific revolution, and capitalist transformation. As the calamities of the mid-14th century, the Black Death's repeated visitations, the protracted agony of the 100 Years' War, the collapse of Mongol unity, the fragmentation of the Delhi Sultanate, and the upheavals that ended the Yuan dynasty, gradually subsided or were absorbed into new political arrangements, the journey of early humans moved decisively into the early modern era, roughly 1350 to 1750 CE. This period witnessed the dramatic acceleration of global connectivity through oceanic voyages, the consolidation of massive gunpowder empires across Eurasia, the intellectual ferment of the Renaissance and Reformation in Europe, the scientific awakening that began to challenge ancient authorities, the expansion of transoceanic commerce and the first truly global economy, the intensification of coerced labor systems including the Atlantic slave trade, and the profound cultural encounters, often violent, that reshaped societies on every inhabited continent. In Western Europe, the Renaissance, which had germinated in 14th century Italy amid the wealth of Florence, Venice, Milan, and Papal Rome, reached its mature expression in the 15th and early 16th centuries. The rediscovery and fresh study of classical Greek and Latin texts, facilitated by Byzantine immigrés after Constantinople's fall to the Ottomans in 1453, combined with civic pride, mercantile patronage, and technical innovations to produce an explosion of artistic and intellectual achievement. In Florence, the Medici family sponsored Brunelleschi's dome for the cathedral, completed 1436, the first since antiquity to surpass the Pantheon's span. Donatello's Bronze David, c. 1440s, revived the freestanding nude. Masaccio's frescoes in the Brancacci Chapel introduced linear perspective and realistic anatomy. Leonardo da Vinci, 1452–1519, embodied the ideal of the universal man. His notebooks dissected cadavers, designed flying machines, tanks, canals. The Mona Lisa's enigmatic smile and sfumato technique, the Last Supper's dramatic composition, set new standards. Michelangelo Buonarroti, 1475–1564, sculpted the David, 1501–1504, painted the Sistine Chapel ceiling, 1508–1512, with its muscular prophets and sibyls, and later designed St. Peter's Dome. Raphael's School of Athens fresco, 1510–1511, idealized Plato and Aristotle at the center of a harmonious classical world. In Venice, Titian mastered oil painting's rich color and sensuous texture. In Northern Europe, Jan van Eyck perfected oil technique. Hieronymus Bosch painted surreal moral allegories. Albrecht Dürer brought Italian perspective and anatomy to German woodcuts and engravings. The invention of movable type printing by Johannes Gutenberg, c. 1450, in Mainz revolutionized the dissemination of knowledge. By 1500, perhaps 20 million books had been printed in Europe, more than all manuscripts produced in the previous millennium. The Bible in vernacular languages, Luther's German Bible 1522–1534, Tyndale's English New Testament, humanist editions of classical authors Aldus Manutius, pocket-sized Greek and Latin texts, maps, anatomical treatises, and Reformation pamphlets circulated rapidly, eroding the Church's interpretive monopoly and fueling dissent. The Protestant Reformation erupted in 1517 when Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the Wittenberg church door, protesting indulgences and articulating justification by faith alone, sola fide, Scripture alone, sola scriptura, grace alone, sola gratia. Excommunicated in 1521, protected by Frederick the Wise of Saxony, Luther translated the Bible into German, composed hymns, and inspired a movement that fractured Western Christianity. Zwingli in Zurich, Calvin in Geneva, Institutes of the Christian Religion 1536, Anabaptists and later English reformers under Henry VIII, Act of Supremacy 1534, created competing Protestant confessions. The Catholic response, the Counter-Reformation, mobilized at the Council of Trent 1545-1563, reaffirmed transubstantiation, 7 sacraments, clerical celibacy, purgatory, indulgences, reformed, and tradition alongside Scripture. The Jesuit Society of Jesus, founded 1540 by Ignatius Loyola, became the spearhead of Catholic renewal, schools, missions, intellectual rigor. Religious wars convulsed Europe. Schmalkaldic War, 1546-1547. French Wars of Religion, 1562-1598. St. Bartholomew's Day Massacre, 1572. Dutch Revolt against Spain, 1568-1648. 30 Years' War, 1618-1648, devastated Germany, reducing its population by perhaps 30–40%. Politically, the early modern period saw the rise of stronger monarchies. In France, the Valois and then Bourbon kings centralized power after the Hundred Years' War ended 1453. Francis I, 1515–1547, patronized Renaissance culture. Leonardo spent his last years at Amboise, built Chateaux, Chambord, Fontainebleau, but religious division led to the Edict of Nantes, 1598, granting limited toleration to Huguenots. In England, Henry VIII broke with Rome, dissolved monasteries, 1536–1540, seized their lands. Elizabeth I, 1558–1603, navigated Catholic and Puritan pressures, defeated the Spanish Armada, 1588, presided over a cultural golden age. Shakespeare's plays Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, Spenser's Faerie Queen, Marlowe's dramas. In Spain, the Catholic monarchs Isabella and Ferdinand completed the Reconquista, Granada 1492, expelled Jews 1492, established the Inquisition. Their grandson Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor 1519–1556, inherited vast realms: Spain, Netherlands, Naples, Sicily, Austria, Bohemia, Hungary, the New World, but abdicated amid endless wars against France, the Ottomans, and German Protestants. His son Philip II, 1556–1598, centralized rule from the Escorial, fought in the Netherlands, sent the Armada, and presided over Spain's American Silver Empire. The Ottoman Empire reached its zenith under Suleiman the Magnificent, 1520–1566. Conquering Belgrade 1521, Rhodes 1522, most of Hungary after Mohawks 1526, besieging Vienna 1529, taking Baghdad 1534, Suleiman ruled from the Bosphorus to the Euphrates, North Africa to the Caucasus. The Devshirme system recruited Christian boys for the Janissary Corps and palace service. Canon secular law complemented Sharia. The Millet system granted religious communities autonomy. Architecture flourished. Sinan's Suleimani Mosque, 1550–1557, rivaled Hagia Sophia. Later sultans faced fiscal strain, Janissary revolts, and European naval advances, yet the empire endured as a major power into the 19th century. In Persia, the Safavid dynasty, 1501–1736, under Shah Ismail I established Twelver Shi'ism as state religion, distinguishing Iran from Sunni neighbors. Shah Abbas I, 1588–1629, moved the capital to Isfahan, built the Naqshi Jahan Square, royal mosques, palaces, bridges, encouraged Armenian merchants, silk trade, English and Dutch companies, defeated Ottomans and Uzbeks. Safavid miniature painting, carpets, and architecture reached exquisite heights. The Mughal Empire in India, founded by Babur after Panipat 1526, expanded dramatically under Akbar 1556–1605. Defeating Rajputs, Gujarat, Bengal, Akbar abolished the jizya tax on non-Muslims 1564, married Rajput princesses, created Din-i-Ilahi syncretic creed, patronized translation of Mahabharata and Ramayana into Persian, assembled Navratna court, Birbal, Tansin, Abul Fazl. Architecture blended Persian, Indian, Islamic, Fatehpur Sikri's palace complex, red sandstone and marble. Jahangir 1605–1627 continued patronage. Shah Jahan 1628–1658 built the Taj Mahal 1632–1653 as Mumtaz Mahal's mausoleum, Red Fort, Jama Masjid. Aurangzeb 1658–1707 expanded to the Deccan but alienated Hindus by reimposing jizya, destroying temples, facing Maratha, Sikh, and Rajput resistance. In East Asia, the Ming dynasty, 1368–1644, restored native rule after Mongol Yuan. Hongwu Zhu Yuanzhang centralized power, redistributed land, enforced strict social categories, built Nanjing's massive walls. Yongle 1402–1424 moved capital to Beijing, constructed Forbidden City, commissioned Zhenghi's 7 treasure voyages, 1405–1433, massive fleets reaching East Africa, Arabia, India, collecting tribute giraffes, spices. Later Ming withdrew from maritime activity, focused inward. Silver inflows from Spanish America via Manila stimulated commerce but caused inflation. Neo-Confucianism dominated exams. Novels Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, Journey to the West, Dream of the Red Chamber later, and drama flourished. Manchu conquest 1644 established Qing dynasty, which expanded to its greatest extent, Taiwan, Xinjiang, Tibet, Mongolia under Kangxi 1661–1722, Yangzheng, Qianlong 1735–1796. Qianlong's reign saw population double to 300 million, agricultural intensification, New World crops, maize, sweet potato, peanuts, but complacency and corruption set in. Japan's Sengoku Warring States, period 1467–1603, ended when Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu unified the country. Ieyasu's victory at Sekigahara, 1600, and establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, 1603–1868, brought 250 years of peace. The shogun ruled from Edo, Tokyo. Daimyo controlled domains under Sankin Katai alternate attendance system. Christianity, introduced by Jesuits Francis Xavier 1549, was banned after Shimabara Rebellion 1637–1638. Sakoku closed country policy restricted foreign contact to Dutch at Dejima and Chinese Korean traders at Nagasaki. Neo-Confucianism, Bushido ethic, ukiyo-e prints, kabuki theater, haiku poetry, basho, defined Edo culture. The most transformative development of the era was the European oceanic expansion that created the first global network. Portuguese explorers, driven by crusading zeal, desire for spices and gold, rounded Africa. Bartolomeu Dias 1488, Vasco da Gama reached Calicut 1498, establishing factories along East African and Indian coasts. Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa 1510, Malacca 1511, Ormuz. Spain, following Columbus' 1492 voyage, backed by Isabella, claimed the Caribbean, then mainland. Cortés conquered Aztec Empire, 1519–1521. Pizarro toppled Inca, 1532–1533. Magellan's expedition, 1519–1522, circumnavigated the globe. The Treaty of Tordesillas, 1494, divided non-European world between Spain and Portugal. Silver from Potosi, Bolivia, and Zacatecas, Mexico, flooded global markets. Spanish galleons carried it to Manila, where Chinese merchants exchanged it for silk, porcelain. Japanese mines added supply. This silverization of world trade stimulated Asian economies but caused inflation in Europe, funded Habsburg wars, and fueled Atlantic slave trade. The triangular trade, European manufactured goods to Africa, enslaved Africans to Americas, sugar, tobacco, cotton, rum to Europe, dehumanized millions. By 1800, perhaps 12 million Africans had been forcibly transported. Colonial societies emerged. Encomienda and later hacienda systems in Spanish America exploited indigenous labor, plantation slavery dominated Brazil, Caribbean. Disease, smallpox, measles decimated native populations. Central Mexico fell from tilde 25 million to tilde 1 million by 1600. Mestizo, mulatto, Creole populations grew. Catholic missions, Jesuits in Paraguay reductions, converted and protected natives. In North America, English, French, Dutch colonies began. Jamestown, 1607, Quebec, 1608, New Amsterdam, 1624. The scientific revolution challenged medieval worldviews. Copernicus' heliocentric theory, De Revolutionibus 1543, displaced Earth from center. Kepler's elliptical orbits 1609-1619, Galileo's telescope observations, moons of Jupiter, phases of Venus, sunspot 1610, Newton's Principia 1687, unified terrestrial and celestial mechanics with universal gravitation. Harvey demonstrated blood circulation, 1628. Leeuwenhoek observed microorganisms. Boyle formulated gas laws. Lavoisier later revolutionized chemistry. By the mid-18th century, mercantilism dominated economic thought. Nations sought trade surpluses. Colonies supplied raw materials, protected industries. Yet Enlightenment thinkers Locke, natural rights, consent of governed, Montesquieu, separation of powers, Voltaire, tolerance, reason over dogma, Rousseau, social contract, general will, Diderot's Encyclopédie, 1751, 1772, promoted reason, science, progress, human rights, laying ideological groundwork for revolutions. As the early modern era drew toward its close around 1750, humanity stood at a threshold. Global empires, capitalist commerce, scientific method, and rationalist philosophy had created possibilities unimaginable to earlier generations, yet also profound inequalities, ecological disruptions, and cultural dislocations. The journey that began with small bands on African savannas had now encircled the planet, linked every continent through trade and conquest, and equipped societies with tools, intellectual, technological, organizational, to reshape the world at accelerating speed. As the middle decades of the 18th century gave way to the final quarter, the accumulated pressures of mercantilist rivalries, Enlightenment critiques of absolutism, widening economic inequalities, colonial grievances, and the accelerating pace of technological and intellectual change converged to ignite a cascade of revolutions that would dismantle ancient regime structures and inaugurate the age of modern nationalism, industrial capitalism, democratic experimentation, and ideological conflict. The period from roughly 1750 to 1850, encompassing the American, French, Haitian, and Latin American revolutions, the early Industrial Revolution in Britain, the Napoleonic Wars and their aftermath, the rise of Romanticism, the abolitionist movement, and the first stirrings of modern socialism, marks one of the most decisive turning points in the entire journey of early humans. Societies that had for millennia been organized around hereditary privilege, subsistence agriculture, limited energy technologies, and localized worldviews now began to reorganize around popular sovereignty, mechanized production, fossil fuel energy, mass literacy, and global ideologies. The American Revolution, 1775-1783, provided the first large-scale test of Enlightenment political principles in practice. Colonial resentment against British taxation without representation, Sugar Act 1764, Stamp Act 1765, Townshend Act 1767, Tea Act 1773, fueled protests from Boston's Liberty Boys, Sons of Liberty, and committees of correspondence. The Boston Massacre 1770 and Boston Tea Party 1773 escalated tensions. Britain's coercive acts closed Boston Harbor and revoked Massachusetts' charter. The First Continental Congress, 1774, coordinated resistance. Lexington and Concord, April 1775, began armed conflict, the shot heard round the world. The Second Continental Congress appointed George Washington commander-in-chief. issued the Declaration of Independence, July 4, 1776, drafted by Thomas Jefferson and asserting unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, deriving legitimacy from natural law and popular consent rather than divine right or tradition. The war unfolded across multiple theaters. British victories at New York 1776 and Philadelphia 1777 contrasted with American successes at Trenton and Princeton 1776-1777 Winter Campaign, Saratoga 1777, Turning Point that secured French alliance 1778, and the Southern Campaign culminating in Yorktown 1781, where Washington, Rochambeau, and de Grasse trapped Cornwallis. The Treaty of Paris, 1783, recognized American independence, set boundaries to the Mississippi, and granted fishing rights off Newfoundland. The Articles of Confederation, 1781-1789, proved too weak, lacking taxation power, executive, judiciary, leading to Shays' Rebellion, 1786-1787, and calls for stronger union. The Constitutional Convention, Philadelphia, 1787, produced a federal republic with separation of powers, checks and balances, bicameral legislature, strong executive, independent judiciary, and a Bill of Rights added 1791. Ratification debates, Federalist Papers, Hamilton, Madison, Jay versus Anti-Federalists, shaped enduring arguments about centralized versus limited government. The French Revolution, 1789-1799, went farther and faster, radicalizing Enlightenment ideals into mass upheaval. Fiscal crisis after American War loans, poor harvests, 1788, and noble resistance to tax reform forced Louis XVI to call Estates General, May 1789, first since 1614. Third Estate deputies, locked out of Meeting Hall, formed National Assembly, June 17, swore tennis court oath June 20 to draft Constitution. Storming of Bastille, July 14, symbolized popular sovereignty. Great fear swept countryside as peasants burned feudal records. National Assembly abolished feudalism, August 4-11, issued Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, August 26, liberty, equality, property, resistance to oppression, popular sovereignty. Civil Constitution of the Clergy, 1790, nationalized church lands, required priests to swear loyalty, splitting clergy and fueling counter-revolution in Vendée. Louis XVI's flight to Varennes, 1791, eroded monarchy. Legislative Assembly declared war on Austria, 1792, radicalized politics. September Massacres, abolition of monarchy, September 21, execution of Louis, January 1793, inaugurated First Republic. Girondins versus Montagnards struggle ended with Girondin Purge, June 1793. Committee of Public Safety under Robespierre Danton, Saint just launched Reign of Terror, 1793-1794, perhaps 40,000 executions, including Marie Antoinette, Danton, Hebert. Levée en masse created mass conscript army, price controls, maximum, dechristianization campaign, cult of reason then supreme being attempted new civic religion. Thermidorian reaction, July 1794, overthrew Robespierre, executed him. Directory, 1795-1799, restored moderate republic but faced royalist plots, Babeuf's conspiracy of equals, early socialist ideas, and military coups. Napoleon Bonaparte's coup of 18 Brumaire, November 1799, installed consulate. Plebiscite made him first consul for life, 1802, emperor 1804. Napoleonic Code, 1804, codified civil law equality before law, secular marriage, divorce, property rights, merit-based administration, spread across Europe. Concordat, 1801, reconciled church and state. Administrative centralization created prefects, lycées, Bank of France, Legion of Honor. Military genius produced victories at Marengo 1800, Ulm, Austerlitz 1805, Jena Auerstedt 1806, Friedland 1807, continental system blockaded British trade, annexed Netherlands, parts of Italy, Germany, Spain. Dissolution of Holy Roman Empire 1806, creation of Confederation of the Rhine, Duchy of Warsaw reorganized Central Europe. Yet overextension, Peninsular War 1808-1814, Spanish ulcer, invasion of Russia 1812, disastrous retreat from Moscow, coalition defeats at Leipzig 1813, Battle of the Nations, abdication 1814, 100 Days 1815, final defeat at Waterloo, ended Napoleonic era. Congress of Vienna 1814-1815, orchestrated by Metternich, Talleyrand, Castlereagh, restored Bourbon monarchy in France, redrew map to contain France, strengthening Prussia, Austria, Russia, established German Confederation, Kingdom of the Netherlands, and Concert of Europe to maintain balance and suppress revolution. Holy Alliance, Russia, Austria, Prussia, pledged Christian principles, Quadruple Alliance added Britain. The Haitian Revolution, 1791-1804, only successful slave revolt in history, began with Vodou ceremony at Bois Caiman, spread across Saint-Domingue sugar plantations. Toussaint Louverture, former slave, emerged as brilliant commander, allied alternately with Spain, France, Britain, abolished slavery 1793, wrote autonomous constitution 1801, captured by Leclerc 1802, died in French prison 1803. Jean-Jacques Dessalines declared independence January 1, 1804, massacred remaining whites, named country Haiti indigenous name. Constitution banned white landownership, affirmed black citizenship, profound challenge to Atlantic slavery. Latin American independence movements drew inspiration from American and French revolutions, Napoleon's deposition of Spanish Bourbons, 1808. Creole juntas formed in Caracas, Buenos Aires, Bogotá. Simón Bolívar, liberator, led campaigns in Venezuela, New Granada, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, crossed Andes, won Boyacá 1819, Carabobo 1821, Pichincha 1822, Ayacucho 1824. José de San Martin liberated Argentina, Chile, Chacabuco 1817, Maipú 1818, met Bolívar at Guayaquil 1822, retired. Mexico's independence began with Hidalgo's Grito de Dolores 1810, continued by Morelos, ended under Iturbide 1821. Central America, Brazil, peaceful transition under Pedro I 1822. By 1825, Spanish mainland empire gone except Cuba, Puerto Rico. The Industrial Revolution, beginning in Britain c. 1760-1830, transformed production. Key innovations: spinning jenny, Hargreaves 1764, water frame, Arkwright 1769, spinning mule, Crompton 1779, power loom, Cartwright 1785, mechanized textiles, coke smelting, Darby earlier, puddling court 1784, rolling mills increased iron output, Watt's separate condenser steam engine 1769, rotary 1781 provided mobile power. Coal output soared, canals, Bridgewater 1761, then railways, Stephenson's rocket 1829, Liverpool, Manchester 1830, slashed transport costs. Factory system concentrated labor, shifted population to cities. Manchester grew from 25,000 1773 to 300,000 1851. Real wages stagnated initially, child labor widespread, but long-term productivity gains raised living standards. Social consequences profound. Luddite machine breaking 1811-1816, Peterloo Massacre 1819, Chartist movement 1838-1848 demanding universal male suffrage, secret ballot. Classical political economy, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations 1776 advocated free markets, division of labor, invisible hand. Ricardo's comparative advantage, Malthus, population pressure, Bentham's utilitarianism, shaped policy. Early socialism, St. Simon, Fourier, Owen, proposed cooperative alternatives. Marx and Engels, Communist Manifesto, 1848, analyzed class struggle, predicted proletarian revolution. Romanticism reacted against Enlightenment rationalism and industrial disenchantment. Wordsworth and Coleridge's lyrical ballads, 1798, celebrated nature, emotion, common speech. Byron, Shelley, Keats explored passion, liberty, beauty. Goethe's Faust, Schiller's dramas in Germany. Victor Hugo, Delacroix in France. Beethoven's symphonies, Chopin's nocturnes. Turner's turbulent seascapes embodied sublime individualism, national spirit. Nationalism surged. Herder's Volksgeist, Fichte's addresses to the German nation, 1808, Mazzini's Young Italy, 1831, Greek War of Independence, 1821-1830, Polish November Uprising, 1830-1831. Abolitionism gained momentum. British campaign, Granville Sharp, Thomas Clarkson, William Wilberforce, secured slave trade ban, 1807, emancipation in empire, 1833, compensated owners. Haiti's example, slave revolts, Jamaica 1831-1832, evangelical fervor, economic shift to free labor accelerated change. U.S. abolition, Garrison's Liberator 1831, Underground Railroad, Frederick Douglass, autobiography 1845, set stage for civil war. In Asia and Africa, European encroachment intensified. British East India Company defeated Bengal Nawab at Plassey, 1757, expanded through subsidiary alliances, defeated Marathas 1818, annexed Sindh 1843, Punjab 1849. Opium trade reversed China's silver drain, First Opium War 1839-1842, forced Treaty of Nanking, Hong Kong ceded, 5 treaty ports opened, extraterritoriality. Qing dynasty weakened by Taiping Rebellion, 1850-1864, perhaps 20-30 million dead. Dutch consolidated Indonesia, French began Algeria conquest, 1830. By mid-19th century, the modern world system had taken shape. Industrial core in Northwest Europe, settler colonies in Americas and Australasia, colonial dependencies and semi-colonies in Asia-Africa, global commodity chains, nation-state model spreading via diplomacy and war, ideologies of liberalism, conservatism, socialism, nationalism contending for dominance. The journey from Pleistocene hunter-gatherers had reached a point where humanity could alter its environment, population dynamics, and social organization on planetary scales, yet also faced deepening divisions of wealth, race, and power that would define the next century's conflicts. As the revolutions of the late 18th and early 19th centuries redrew political maps, unleashed industrial forces, and planted the seeds of modern ideologies, the journey of early humans accelerated into an era of unprecedented scale and speed. The long 19th century, from roughly 1850 to 1914, often called the age of empire, nationalism, industrialization's second wave, and the high tide of European global dominance. During these decades, the world became more tightly integrated than ever before through steamships, railways, telegraphs, undersea cables, mass migration, commodity chains, and imperial administration, while at the same time fracturing along lines of race, class, nation, and culture in ways that would culminate in the cataclysm of the First World War. This period saw the unification of Germany and Italy, the Meiji transformation of Japan into an industrial imperial power, the scramble for Africa that partitioned an entire continent in barely 3 decades, the deepening of British informal empire in Asia and Latin America, the explosive growth of the United States as a continental and then transoceanic power, the intensification of settler colonialism in Australasia and southern Africa. The late Qing dynasty's desperate self-strengthening efforts in China, the rise of modern science and technology on a previously unimaginable scale, the maturation of mass politics and socialist movements, and the cultural flowering of realism, impressionism, and early modernism, all against a backdrop of accelerating ecological transformation, urban explosion, and demographic shifts that swelled global population from roughly 1.2 billion in 1850 to nearly 1.8 billion by 1914. In Europe, the 1850s and 1860s witnessed the final acts of nation-state formation that had begun with the French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars. The Crimean War 1853–1856, pitting Britain, France, the Ottoman Empire, and Sardinia against Russia, exposed the fragility of the concert of Europe and accelerated the decline of Russian influence while demonstrating the military advantages of railways, telegraphs, rifled artillery, and steam-powered warships. The conflict's enormous casualties, over 500,000 dead, mostly from disease and the exposure of administrative incompetence, famously chronicled by Florence Nightingale's nursing reforms and the Times war correspondence, weakened autocratic legitimacy across the continent. In Italy, the Risorgimento reached its climax under Count Camillo di Cavour's diplomacy and Giuseppe Garibaldi's romantic guerrilla campaigns. Cavour, Prime Minister of Piedmont, Sardinia, allied with France against Austria in 1859, battles of Magenta and Solferino, gaining Lombardy, plebiscites then annexed Tuscany, Modena, Parma, and Romagna. Garibaldi's 1,000 redshirts landed in Sicily 1860, swept through the south, and handed the conquests to Victor Emmanuel II. Venice joined after Prussia's victory over Austria 1866, Rome after French withdrawal during the Franco-Prussian War 1870. The Kingdom of Italy was proclaimed in 1861, though the South remained economically backward, plagued by brigandage and resentful of northern domination, a north-south divide that persists in some forms to the present day. Germany's unification followed an even more dramatic path under Otto von Bismarck's Realpolitik. Appointed Prussian minister-president in 1862, Bismarck resolved the constitutional crisis over army reform by collecting taxes without parliamentary approval, blood and iron speech, 1862. He orchestrated 3 short, victorious wars, against Denmark 1864, gaining Schleswig-Holstein, Austria 1866, 7 weeks war, Königgrätz/Sadowa, Prussia's needle guns and railways decisive, and France 1870–1871. The Franco-Prussian War began with the Ems dispatch manipulation. Napoleon III's army collapsed at Sedan, capture of the emperor. Paris besieged 1870–1871, fell after starvation and bombardment. The German Empire was proclaimed in Versailles Hall of Mirrors, January 18, 1871. Alsace-Lorraine annexed, France saddled with 5 billion franc indemnity. Bismarck's Second Reich combined federal structure, 25 states, Prussia dominant with authoritarian elements, chancellor responsible only to emperor, Reichstag elected by universal male suffrage but powerless over government. Kulturkampf 1871–1878 targeted Catholic Church influence. Anti-socialist laws 1878–1890 suppressed SPD. Yet Bismarck introduced pioneering social insurance, health 1883, accident 1884, old age pensions 1889, undercut socialism's appeal. The Second Industrial Revolution, c. 1870–1914, transformed economies far beyond Britain's first wave. Bessemer 1856, Siemens Martin Open Hearth 1865, and Gilchrist Thomas Basic Process 1878 made cheap steel possible. Output soared from 0.5 million tons 1870 to 50 million tons 1913. Electricity, Edison's incandescent bulb 1879, Siemens and Westinghouse systems, illuminated cities, powered factories, drove trams. Internal combustion engine Otto 1876, Daimler/Benz automobiles 1880s, diesel 1892, and chemicals, synthetic dyes, fertilizers via Haber-Bosch process later spawned new industries. Assembly line techniques, Chicago meatpacking, Ford's Model T 1908–1913 foreshadowed mass production. Global trade exploded, world exports grew fivefold 1850–1913, telegraph cables, first transatlantic 1866, and steamships, compound engines, steel hulls cut transport costs by 70–90%. Urbanization reached unprecedented levels. London surpassed 6 million by 1900, New York 4 million, Paris 3 million, Berlin 2 million, Vienna, Chicago, Tokyo close behind. Tenements, sanitation crises, cholera epidemics, and overcrowding prompted reform. Haussmann's Paris Boulevards, 1853–1870, London's Metropolitan Board of Works sewers, 1860s, German workers' insurance. Middle-class suburbs emerged with commuter railways, department stores, Bon Marché Paris 1852, Selfridges London 1909, advertising and consumer culture took root. Mass politics emerged as suffrage expanded and parties organized. Britain's Second Reform Act 1867 doubled electorate, Third 1884 and redistribution 1885 approached universal male suffrage. Women's suffrage agitation intensified, Pankhurst's WSPU 1903. Germany's SPD grew despite repression, becoming largest Reichstag party by 1912. France's Third Republic 1870–1940, stabilized after Dreyfus Affair 1894–1906, polarized society over anti-Semitism, republicanism, and military honor. Austria-Hungary's dual monarchy 1867 Ausgleich granted Hungary parity but left Slavs, Czechs, Poles, Italians resentful. Nationalist tensions simmered. Outside Europe, Japan executed one of history's most remarkable modernizations. The Meiji Restoration 1868 overthrew Tokugawa shogunate after Commodore Perry's Black Ships forced opening 1853–1854. Emperor Mutsuhito Meiji became symbol of new order, daimyo domains abolished 1871, samurai stipends commuted 1876, triggering Satsuma Rebellion 1877. Iwakura Mission 1871–1873, studied West, Constitution 1889, created limited parliamentary system, Diet, Emperor Sovereign. Conscription 1873, Universal Primary Education 1872, Land Tax Reform monetized agriculture. State-led industrialization, model factories sold to private Zaibatsu, Mitsui, Mitsubishi. Victory over China, Sino-Japanese War 1894–1895, gained Taiwan, Liaodong later returned, massive indemnity, alliance with Britain 1902. Victory over Russia 1904–1905, Port Arthur, Tsushima, Mukden, astonished world, first Asian defeat of European power. Japan acquired Korea Protectorate 1905, annexed 1910. In the United States, the Civil War 1861–1865 resolved slavery and Union. Lincoln's election 1860 triggered secession. Fort Sumter, April 1861 began war. Union advantages, population, industry, railways, navy, eventually prevailed despite brilliant Confederate generalship, Lay Jackson. Emancipation Proclamation 1863 reframed war as freedom struggle. Gettysburg 1863, Vicksburg 1863, Atlanta 1864, Sherman's March, Appomattox Surrender 1865. 13th Amendment abolished slavery 1865, 14th Citizenship Equal Protection 1868, 15th Black male suffrage 1870. Reconstruction 1865–1877 attempted racial equality in South, Freedmen's Bureau, Black office holding, but ended with Compromise of 1877, withdrawal of troops, rise of Jim Crow segregation, disenfranchisement. Post-war America industrialized rapidly, steel Carnegie, oil Rockefeller, finance Morgan. Transcontinental Railway completed 1869, Homestead Act 1862, accelerated westward settlement, Indian Wars, Little Bighorn 1876, Wounded Knee 1890, subdued Plains tribes. Immigration surged, 12 million 1870–1900, mostly Southern Eastern Europeans, Chinese on West Coast, until Exclusion Act 1882. Urban bosses Tammany Hall, labor unions, Knights of Labor, AFL, populists, progressives addressed Gilded Age inequalities. The Scramble for Africa, 1880-1914, partitioned the continent. Berlin Conference, 1884-1885, set rules, effective occupation required. By 1914, only Ethiopia and Liberia remained independent. Britain controlled Egypt, 1882 occupation. Sudan reconquered 1898. South Africa, Boer War 1899-1902. Nigeria, Gold Coast, Kenya, Uganda. France held Algeria, Tunisia, West Africa, Senegal to Chad, Madagascar, much of equatorial Africa. Belgium's Congo Free State, 1885-1908. Under Leopold II became notorious for rubber atrocities. Millions died. Germany took Tanganyika, Cameroon, Togo, Southwest Africa, genocide of Herero, Nama 1904-1908. Portugal retained Angola, Mozambique, Italy, Libya 1911-1912, Eritrea, Somalia. Congo horrors exposed by Casement, Morel, Shepherd led to Belgian annexation 1908. In China, the Qing faced humiliation and rebellion. Taiping Rebellion 1850-1864, nearly toppled dynasty. Arrow War, Second Opium War 1856-1860, opened more ports, legalized opium, ceded Kowloon. Self-strengthening movement 1861-1895, built arsenals, shipyards, railways, but conservative resistance limited reform. Sino-Japanese War defeat 1895, exposed weakness. Scramble for concessions followed, spheres of influence carved. Boxer Rebellion 1899-1901, anti-foreign uprising crushed by eight-nation alliance, indemnity crippled finances. Late Qing reforms 1901-1911, abolished exams 1905, provincial assemblies, constitution promised 1908, came too late. Wucheng Uprising, October 1911, sparked revolution. Sun Yat-sen's Provisional Republic, January 1912. Puyi abdicated, February 1912. The period closed with mounting international tensions. Bismarck's alliance system, three emperors, Leg, dual triple alliance, Germany, Austria-Hungary, Italy, reinsurance treaty with Russia maintained peace until his dismissal 1890. Wilhelm II's Weltpolitik, naval build-up, Tirpitz Plan, Weltpolitik alienated Britain, Anglo-French Entente 1904, Anglo-Russian Convention 1907 formed Triple Entente. Moroccan Crises 1905-1911, Balkan Wars 1912-1913, heightened volatility. Arms races, dreadnought battleships, Britain 1906, machine guns, quick-firing artillery, conscription prepared for industrialized war. Culturally, realism dominated literature, Flaubert's Madame Bovary, 1857, Tolstoy's War and Peace, 1865-1869, Anna Karenina, 1875-1877, Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, 1866, Zola's Naturalism, Dickens' social novels, Twain's Huckleberry Finn, 1884, Hardy's Tragic Determinism. Impressionism, Monet, Renoir, Degas, 1870s-1880s, captured light and moment. Post-Impressionism, Van Gogh, Cézanne, Gauguin pushed toward abstraction. Photography, Degas, 1839, wet plate collodion, dry plates, 1871, Kodak roll film 1888 transformed visual culture. Darwin's Origin of Species 1859 revolutionized biology. Freud's early psychoanalysis 1890s explored unconscious. Nietzsche proclaimed God is dead, Übermensch, will to power. By 1914, the world had become recognizably modern, interconnected by telegraph, steamship, rail, and empire, powered by coal, steel, electricity, governed by nation-states, bureaucracies, and ideologies, populated by urban masses, armed with weapons of terrifying efficiency. The journey from the African savanna had reached a point where humanity could communicate instantly across oceans, produce goods on industrial scale, conquer entire continents, and theorize its own existence in scientific and philosophical terms, yet stood on the brink of a war that would reveal the fragility of that achievement and open the bloodiest century yet. As the guns of August 1914 shattered the fragile peace that had held Europe together for a generation, the journey of early humans entered its most violent and transformative century, yet the 20th century and the opening decades of the 21st, an era defined by total war on a global scale, ideological confrontations that divided the planet into armed camps, genocides of unprecedented systematic cruelty, decolonization that redrew the map of sovereignty. Nuclear standoffs that held the species, survival in the balance, the explosive growth of human population from under 2 billion to over 8 billion, the triumph and crisis of industrial modernity, the digital revolution that compressed space and time, accelerating climate disruption, mass extinction of other species, and the emergence of planetary-scale governance challenges that no previous generation could have imagined. The period from 1914 to the present early March 2026 compresses more radical change into roughly 112 years than the preceding 300,000 years of Homo sapiens history combined. The First World War, 1914–1918, was the first truly industrialized conflict. Triggered by the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo, June 28, 1914, it activated interlocking alliance systems, Austria-Hungary's ultimatum to Serbia, Russia's mobilization, Germany's Schlieffen Plan invasion of Belgium and France, Britain's entry to defend Belgian neutrality. Within weeks, millions were under arms. The Western Front froze into trench warfare after the Battle of the Marne, September 1914. A 4-year stalemate of barbed wire, machine guns, artillery barrages, poison gas, first used at Ypres 1915, tanks Somme 1916, and futile offensives that cost hundreds of thousands for yards of mud. Verdun 1916 and the Somme 1916 each claimed roughly 700,000 and 1 million casualties respectively. The Eastern Front remained more mobile but no less bloody. Tannenberg 1914 destroyed 2 Russian armies, Brusilov offensive 1916 mauled Austria-Hungary but exhausted Russia. Naval Warsaw-Jutland 1916, the largest dreadnought clash, but the real threat came from German U-boats. Unrestricted submarine warfare resumed January 1917, sank American shipping, bringing the United States into the war, April 1917. Russia's collapse after 2 revolutions, February and October 1917, allowed Germany to shift troops west for the spring offensive, March-July 1918. Fresh American expeditionary forces, British blockade starvation, internal German mutinies and revolution, November 1918, forced armistice on November 11. The war killed approximately 9–10 million combatants and 6–13 million civilians, including Spanish flu pandemic that began in military camps 1918–1919 and killed 100 million worldwide. 4 empires collapsed: German, Austro-Hungarian, Russian, Ottoman. The Paris Peace Conference 1919 produced the Treaty of Versailles. Germany lost territory, colonies, navy, army limited to 100,000, war guilt clause, massive reparations, 132 billion gold marks. New states emerged: Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. League of Nations created to prevent future war, but without U.S. membership and lacking enforcement power, it proved ineffective. The interwar years 1919–1939 saw economic instability, ideological polarization, and the rise of totalitarian regimes. The 1920s brought brief recovery, U.S. consumer boom, German Dawes Plan loans, but the Wall Street crash, October 1929, triggered the Great Depression. Global trade collapsed 66%, unemployment reached 25% in U.S., 30% in Germany. Mass suffering radicalized politics. In Russia, the Bolshevik Revolution, October 1917, under Lenin established Soviet power. Civil War 1918–1922, against whites, Greens, interventionist armies cost perhaps 10 million lives. War communism gave way to new economic policy, 1921, then Stalin's revolution from above after Lenin's death, 1924. Collectivization 1928-1933 forced peasants into kolkhozy, caused Holodomor famine in Ukraine 1932-1933, 3.55 million dead, Kazakh famine, widespread resistance crushed by GPU and KVD. 5-year plans industrialized at breakneck speed, Magnitogorsk, Dnieper Dam, Stakhanovite movement. Great Purge 1936-1938, executed or imprisoned 700,000, 1.2 million, decimated Red Army officer corps. Stalin's cult of personality reached quasi-religious proportions. In Italy, Benito Mussolini's March on Rome 1922 installed fascist dictatorship, black shirts, corporatist state, Lateran Accords 1929 with Vatican, invasion of Ethiopia 1935-1936, using poison gas. In Germany, Adolf Hitler's Nazi Party, after Beer Hall Putsch failure 1923, grew during Depression. Appointed Chancellor January 1933, Reichstag fire enabled Enabling Act, Gleichschaltung destroyed opposition. Nuremberg Laws 1935 stripped Jews of citizenship. Kristallnacht 1938 escalated persecution. Rearmament violated Versailles. Rhineland remilitarized 1936. Anschluss with Austria 1938. Munich Agreement ceded Sudetenland 1938. Full occupation of Czechoslovakia, March 1939. Lebensraum ideology targeted Slavic East. In Asia, militarist Japan invaded Manchuria, 1931, established Manchukuo puppet state. Full war with China, 1937, after Marco Polo Bridge incident, Nanjing massacre, December 1937, January 1938, 200,000, 300,000 killed, widespread rape. Japan joined Axis Pact 1940 with Germany, Italy. The Second World War 1939-1945 dwarfed the first in scale and horror. Germany invaded Poland September 1, 1939. Britain and France declared war. Blitzkrieg overran Poland in weeks. Soviet invasion September 17 under Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact secret protocol. Phony war ended with invasion of Denmark, Norway, April 1940, Low Countries, France, May-June 1940, Dunkirk evacuation, fall of Paris, Vichy regime under Pétain. Battle of Britain, July-October 1940, prevented invasion, Blitz bombed cities. Axis expansion, Italy invaded Greece, 1940, Germany rescued with Balkan Campaign, 1941. Operation Barbarossa, June 22, 1941, invaded Soviet Union with 3 million men, largest land invasion in history. Initial gains to Moscow suburbs, Leningrad siege 900 days, 1 million civilian deaths, but winter and Soviet counteroffensive, Moscow, December 1941, halted advance. Pearl Harbor attack, December 7, 1941, brought U.S. into war. Germany declared war on U.S. December 11. Holocaust unfolded systematically. Einsatzgruppen followed. Wehrmacht massacred 1.5 million Jews in East. Wannsee Conference, January 1942, coordinated final solution. Death camps Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, Sobibor, Belzec, Chelmno, Majdanek used gas chambers. Zyklon B at Auschwitz. Approximately 6 million Jews murdered, plus 5-6 million others, Roma, disabled, Poles, Soviet POWs, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, political prisoners. Industrial killing on unprecedented scale. War turn 1942-1943. Midway, June 1942, crippled Japanese Navy. El Alamein, October-November 1942, stopped Rommel. Stalingrad, August 1942, February 1943, destroyed 6th Army, turning point on Eastern Front. Allied landings in North Africa, torched November 1942, Sicily, July 1943, Italy, September 1943. Mussolini deposed July 1943, Italy switched sides 1943. D-Day Normandy, June 6, 1944, opened Second Front, liberation of Paris, August 1944, Battle of the Bulge, December 1944, January 1945, last German offensive. Soviets advanced relentlessly, Kursk, July 1943. Largest tank battle, Bagration, June-August 1944. Destroyed Army Group Center, Vistula Oder, January 1945. Berlin, April-May 1945. Hitler suicide, April 30, 1945. Germany surrendered May 8. Pacific War, island hopping, Guadalcanal, 1942-1943. Tarawa, Saipan, Iwo Jima, Okinawa. Firebombing of Tokyo, March 1945, killed. Atomic bombs on Hiroshima, August 6, 1945, and Nagasaki, August 9, killed 140,000–200,000. Japan surrendered September 2, 1945. Total deaths, 70–85 million, 3% of world population, including 20–25 million Soviet civilians and soldiers, 15–20 million Chinese, 6 million Jews, millions in forced labor, bombing, starvation, disease. Post-war order crystallized at Yalta, February 1945, and Potsdam, July-August 1945. United Nations founded 1945. Nuremberg and Tokyo trials prosecuted war crimes. Europe divided, Iron Curtain descended, Churchill, S. Fulton speech 1946. Marshall Plan 1948, rebuilt Western Europe, Soviet bloc formed Comecon 1949, Warsaw Pact 1955. Cold War began, Berlin blockade 1948–1949, NATO 1949, Soviet atomic bomb 1949, Korean War 1950–1953. Decolonization accelerated. India-Pakistan independence 1947, partition violence killed 1–2 million, Israel founded 1948, First Arab-Israeli War. Indonesia 1949, Vietnam 1954 after Dien Bien Phu, Ghana 1957, Wave across Africa 1960, Year of Africa. Algeria independence 1962 after brutal war. Portuguese colonies 1974–1975, Zimbabwe 1980, Namibia 1990, South Africa apartheid ended 1994. Cold War bipolarity structured global politics 1947–1991. Proxy wars, Korea, Vietnam 1955–1975, U.S. involvement 1965–1973, 58,000 U.S. deaths, 1–3 million Vietnamese, Afghanistan 1979–1989, Soviet invasion, Angola, Nicaragua. Nuclear arms race, U.S. hydrogen bomb 1952, Soviet 1953, ICBMs, Cuban Missile Crisis, October 1962, brought world closest to nuclear war. Détente 1970s, Salt I 1972, Helsinki Accords 1975. Soviet stagnation under Brezhnev, Gorbachev's perestroika and glasnost 1985, unleashed forces that dissolved Warsaw Pact 1991, USSR December 1991. Meanwhile, economic miracles, West Germany Wirtschaftswunder, Japan's high-growth era 1950s–1980s, Asian tigers, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong. European integration began, ECSC 1951, AEC 1957, Treaty of Rome, Single Market 1992, Euro 1999. China's Maoist era, Great Leap Forward 1958–1962, Famine 1555 million dead, Cultural Revolution 1966–1976, followed by Deng Xiaoping's reforms 1978 onward, Household Responsibility System, Special Economic Zones opening to foreign investment. China's GDP growth averaged 10% annually 1980–2010, lifting hundreds of millions from poverty. Late 20th century saw digital revolution. Transistor 1947, integrated circuit 1958, microprocessor 1971, Intel 4004, personal computers Apple II 1977, IBM PC 1981, World Wide Web Berners-Lee 1989–1991, mobile phones Motorola 1973, mass adoption 1990s, smartphones iPhone 2007. Internet users from a few thousand 1990 to over 5 billion 2025. Social media: Facebook 2004, Twitter X 2006, YouTube 2005, TikTok 2016. Reshaped communication, politics, culture. Population exploded to 5 billion 1950 to 6 billion 1999, 8 billion November 2022. Green Revolution: high-yield crops, fertilizers, irrigation prevented mass starvation predicted by Malthusian theories. Yet environmental footprint grew: deforestation, biodiversity loss, ozone depletion. Montreal Protocol 1987 success, climate change awareness, IPCC 1988, Kyoto 1997, Paris Agreement 2015. 21st century opened with 9/11 attacks, 2001, nearly 3,000 dead, US-led invasions of Afghanistan 2001-2021, and Iraq 2003-2011, rise of global terrorism, Al-Qaeda, ISIS. Financial crisis 2008 triggered Great Recession. Arab Spring 2010-2012 toppled regimes in Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, Yemen. Syrian civil war 2011-present killed over 500,000, displaced millions. Russia annexed Crimea 2014, invaded Ukraine 2022 ongoing. China's Belt and Road Initiative 2013 expanded global influence. US-China trade war 2018 tech rivalry. COVID-19 pandemic 2019-2023 infected hundreds of millions, killed 720 million, excess mortality estimates, disrupted economies, accelerated remote work, vaccine development, mRNA technology. Climate impacts intensified, record heat waves, wildfires, floods, hurricanes, accelerating ice loss in Greenland and Antarctica. COP meetings: Glasgow 2021, Sharm el-Sheikh 2022, Dubai 2023, Baku 2024, struggled to enforce emissions cuts. By early March 2026, humanity faces intertwined crises. Climate tipping points approaching, geopolitical tensions, Ukraine, Taiwan Strait, Middle East. Artificial intelligence advancing rapidly, large language models, autonomous systems. Biotechnology raising ethical questions, inequality within and between nations, demographic shifts, aging in East Asia and Europe, youth bulges in Africa, migration pressures, and the persistent challenge of balancing technological power with political wisdom and ecological restraint. Yet the same period has seen extraordinary achievements. Global extreme poverty fell from 36% 1990 to under 9% 2019. Literacy approached 87%. Life expectancy rose from 66 2000 to 73 2025. Smallpox eradicated 1980. Polio nearly eliminated. mRNA vaccines developed in record time. Space exploration advanced. Mars rovers, JWST, 2021 launch. Artemis program, private companies, SpaceX reusable rockets, Starlink constellation. The journey that began with Sahelanthropus walking upright on African plains some 7 million years ago has produced a single, interconnected, technologically potent, culturally diverse, and existentially precarious global civilization. Whether this civilization can navigate the Anthropocene without catastrophic collapse, whether it can achieve sustainable prosperity, equitable governance, and peaceful coexistence with itself and the biosphere, remains the great open question of our time. As the calendar turned into the second quarter of the 21st century, with the world population crossing 8.1 billion in late 2025, average global temperatures already 1.3–1.4 degrees C above the 1850–1900 baseline, atmospheric CO2 concentrations surpassing 425 ppm in early 2026, and artificial intelligence systems demonstrating increasingly general capabilities. The journey of early humans entered what many scholars now call the Anthropocene's decisive phase, an era in which Homo sapiens became the dominant geological and biogeochemical force on Earth, capable of reshaping planetary systems both deliberately and inadvertently. The period from roughly 2020 to March 2026, The present moment in Kamilla, Bangladesh, at 2:06 p.m. on March 5, 2026 +06, compresses into 6 extraordinarily dense years, a convergence of crises and breakthroughs that will likely determine whether our species manages a soft landing into long-term ecological stability and technological maturity, or veers toward cascading systemic collapse. The COVID-19 pandemic, which had already killed an estimated 720 million people worldwide by excess mortality measures, when vaccines first rolled out at scale in late 2020, early 2021, continued to mutate and circulate through 2026. The Omicron family of variants, BA1 through XBB lineages, and their descendants, dominated from late 2021 onward, becoming progressively more transmissible and immune evasive, even as severity generally declined among vaccinated populations. By 2023, most high-income countries had largely normalized life around living with COVID, accepting several 100,000 annual deaths globally as endemic background mortality, comparable to seasonal influenza in bad years, but far more consistent year-round. Booster uptake plateaued below 30% in many places after 2022. Long COVID post-acute sequelae affected an estimated 5–15% of infected individuals, producing a chronic disease burden measured in tens of millions of working-age adults experiencing persistent fatigue, brain fog, autonomic dysfunction, and cardiovascular complications. The economic aftershocks lingered far longer than the acute health crisis. Global supply chain snarls in 2021-2022 drove inflation to 40-year highs in the United States, 9.1% peak in June 2022. The Eurozone, 10.6% October 2022, and many emerging markets. Central banks responded with the fastest synchronized monetary tightening since the early 1980s. The U.S. Federal Reserve raised rates from near zero to 5.25–5.5% between March 2022 and July 2023, triggering regional banking stress. Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, Credit Suisse forced merger into UBS in March 2023. Real wages stagnated or fell in most OECD countries through 2024, contributing to cost of living protests in the United Kingdom. Enough is enough rallies 2022-2023. France pension reform riots spring 2023. Sri Lanka full-scale economic collapse and presidential ouster July 2022. Pakistan political turmoil and IMF bailouts 2023-2025. And numerous African and Latin American states. Geopolitically, the decade opened with deepening great power competition. The Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24, 2022, preceded by recognition of Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, and a televised address by Vladimir Putin declaring denazification and demilitarization as objectives, shattered the post-Cold War European security order. Within weeks, Ukrainian resistance, aided by real-time commercial satellite imagery, Maxar Planet Labs, social media intelligence from ordinary citizens, and rapid Western arms deliveries, Javelin anti-tank missiles, HIMARS rocket systems from mid-2022, Patriot air defenses 2023, ATACMS and Storm Shadow scalp long-range munitions 2023-2024, F-16 fighters beginning late 2024. Turned what Moscow expected to be a quick decapitation strike into a grinding attritional war. By March 2026, the conflict had claimed an estimated 500,000 1 million total casualties, killed and severely wounded on both sides, displaced over 6 million Ukrainians externally and 5 million internally, destroyed or damaged roughly 50% of Ukraine's pre-war energy infrastructure, and left large swathes of Donbass, Zaporizhia, and Kherson oblasts under Russian occupation. Western sanctions, swift exclusions for major Russian banks, oil price cap, $60 barrel G7 measure December 2022. Asset freezes exceeding $300 billion, shrank Russia's economy by 2–3% in 2022, but proved less crippling than anticipated thanks to oil and gas rerouting to India, China, and Turkey at discounted prices, parallel import schemes, and domestic substitution. Russia's defense industry ramped up production of artillery shells to 2-3 million rounds per year by 2025, far outpacing combined NATO output, while North Korean ammunition shipments estimated 3-5 million rounds, and Iranian Shahd drones became critical lifelines. China, meanwhile, pursued an increasingly assertive course. The zero-COVID policy, enforced with citywide lockdowns as late as Shanghai's 2-month confinement in spring 2022, produced rare public protests in November 2022, White Paper Revolution. Beijing abruptly dismantled most restrictions in December 2022, leading to an enormous wave of infections estimated to have caused 1-2 million excess deaths in the first half of 2023. Economically, the property sector, accounting for roughly 25–30% of GDP, entered severe crisis after Evergrande's default 2021 and the broader developer debt meltdown. Local government financing vehicles accumulated hidden debt exceeding 60 trillion yuan. Xi Jinping's third term, secured at the 20th Party Congress October 2022, and the abolition of presidential term limits 2018 consolidated personalist rule. The anti-corruption campaign continued while common prosperity rhetoric targeted tech billionaires. Jack Ma's Alibaba fined $2.8 billion 2021. Didi ride-hailing delisted from NYSE 2022. Military modernization accelerated. Hypersonic glide vehicles DF-17, carrier killer missiles DF-21 D-26, third aircraft carrier Fujian Sea Trials 2022, rapid expansion of nuclear warhead stockpile from -350 in 2020 to projected 1,000 plus by 2030 according to U.S. duty estimates. Cross-strait tensions rose with frequent PLA incursions into Taiwan's air defense identification zone, over 1,700 sorties in 2023 alone, and large-scale amphibious exercises simulating blockade scenarios. The Middle East saw shifting alignments. The Abraham Accords 2020 normalized Israel's relations with UAE, Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco. Saudi Arabia engaged in de facto security cooperation with Israel against Iran even without formal ties. Iran's nuclear program advanced, enrichment to 60% U-235, near weapons grade, by 2023, stockpiles sufficient for several bombs if further enriched, while U.S.-Iran diplomacy remained frozen after the Trump administration's withdrawal from the JCPOA 2018 and the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, January 2020. Proxy conflicts persisted. Houthi attacks on Red Sea shipping, 2023-2026, disrupted global trade lanes. Israel-Hamas war erupted October 7, 2023 after Hamas's surprise assault killed 200 Israelis and took 250 hostages. Israel's Gaza operation caused over 43,000 Palestinian deaths by late 2025, Gaza Health Ministry figures, displaced nearly 90% of Gaza's 2.3 million people, and triggered a humanitarian catastrophe that drew International Court of Justice genocide proceedings, South Africa versus Israel, Provisional Measures, January 2024. Hezbollah-Israel border clashes escalated into open war in late 2024, devastating southern Lebanon and northern Israel. Climate disruption accelerated visibly. The years 2023, 2024, and 2025 each set new global average temperature records. 2024 became the first full calendar year exceeding +15 degrees C above pre-industrial levels, Copernicus/ECMF data. Marine heat waves bleached 90% plus of the Great Barrier Reef for the fourth time since 2016. Permafrost thaw in Siberia and Canada released methane plumes visible from space. Amazon rainforest tipping points neared in parts of the Southeast Basin. Extreme weather cost hundreds of billions annually. 2022 Pakistan floods, one-third of country underwater, 33 million affected. 2023 Maui wildfires, 2024 Hurricane Helene and Milton in the southeastern U.S., 2025 European heat dome killing thousands in Spain, France, Italy. COP28 Dubai 2023 produced the first explicit call to transition away from fossil fuels. Yet global coal, oil, and gas production continued to rise through 2025. Renewable capacity additions, solar plus wind, reached record levels, tilde 510 GW in 2024, but still fell short of the pace required for 1.5 degrees C pathways. Artificial intelligence crossed several qualitative thresholds. Large language models evolved rapidly. GPT-4 2023, Claude 3 Family 2024, Gemini 1.5/Grok iterations, XAI, Llama 3/4 open source releases, Meta. Multimodal systems, integrated vision, voice, reasoning, agentic AI frameworks, auto GPT style loops, tool use, emerged commercially 2024-2025. AI-driven scientific discovery accelerated. AlphaFold 3, 2024, predicted biomolecular interactions at near experimental accuracy. Materials science breakthroughs yielded new battery chemistries and superconductors screened in silico. Job displacement fears intensified in white-collar sectors, legal research, software engineering, copywriting, radiology. Regulatory responses diverged. EU AI Act passed 2024, phased implementation 2025-2026, classified high-risk systems. U.S. executive orders emphasized safety testing but avoided heavy legislation. China prioritized state control and military applications. By March 5, 2026, the world is poised between extraordinary promise and existential risk. Renewable energy now supplies over 30% of global electricity in many analyses. Battery storage costs have fallen below 100/kWh in leading markets. Green hydrogen pilot projects scale in Europe, Australia, the Middle East. Small modular reactors, SMRs, and advanced fission designs attract renewed investment. Yet fossil fuel subsidies remain in the hundreds of billions annually. Deforestation continues in the tropics, and per capita emissions in wealthy nations are still 5-10 times higher than in low-income countries. Geopolitical flashpoints, Ukraine stalemate, Taiwan Strait military exercises, Iran nuclear threshold, Sudan civil war, Myanmar post-coup violence risk wider escalation. Demographic trends point toward a peak global population around 10.4 billion in the 2080s, UN medium variant, with sub-Saharan Africa still growing rapidly while Japan, South Korea, China, Italy, and much of Eastern Europe face severe aging and workforce shrinkage. In this moment, the arc that stretches from the first bipedal footsteps in the African Rift valleys some 6-7 million years ago to the present day in Camilla reveals a single, unbroken thread: adaptation through ingenuity, cooperation, and cultural transmission. Early humans mastered fire, invented symbolic thought, spread across every continent, domesticated plants and animals, built cities and writing systems, forged empires and philosophies, harnessed steam and electricity, split the atom, reached the moon, sequenced genomes, and now stand at the threshold of engineering minds and climates. Each breakthrough carried costs, extinctions, inequalities, wars, ecological overshoot, but also expanded the realm of the possible. Whether the next chapters record a great simplification towards sustainable, equitable societies, or a cascade of polycrises leading to civilizational retrenchment, will depend on choices made in the coming decades. Whether nations can cooperate on climate, AI governance, pandemic preparedness, and nuclear risk reduction. Whether technological abundance can be distributed more justly. Whether cultural narratives can shift from zero-sum competition to planetary stewardship. The story of early humans is not finished. It is being written right now, in policy rooms, laboratories, protest squares, server farms, drought-stricken fields, melting permafrost zones, and the quiet decisions of billions of ordinary lives. As the second quarter of the 21st century begins, with the calendar now firmly in March 2026, global population hovering just above 8.15 billion, average surface temperatures having crossed the +14°C anomaly for the 2015-2025 decade relative to the 1850-1900 baseline, atmospheric methane concentrations surpassing 1950 ppb, and large language models, multimodal AI systems, and early agentic architectures becoming embedded in everyday economic, educational, military, and personal decision loops, the journey of early humans has reached what future historians, if any remain to write them, may designate as the hinged decade of the Anthropocene. The 6 years from 2020 to early 2026 already constitute one of the most compressed sequences of structural shocks, technological phase transitions, ecological overshoots, and geopolitical realignments in the entire 300,000-year record of Homo sapiens. The lingering tail of the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic had, by 2026, settled into a pattern of seasonal winter surges caused by Omicron-derived lineages, KP311, XCC, LB1 descendants, and recombinant variants circulating simultaneously, each wave producing roughly 1.22 million confirmed deaths globally per year according to unreported official tallies, and 2.54.5 million excess deaths when wastewater surveillance, insurance data, and all-cause mortality studies are factored in. Long COVID prevalence stabilized at an estimated 4.8% of the ever-infected population in high-income countries and 10–18% in low- and middle-income settings where vaccination coverage had been patchier and reinfection rates higher. The economic scarring, supply chain fragility exposed in 2021-2022, persistent labor force dropouts among the long-haul sick, elevated public debt burdens, global government debt to GDP ratio crossing 100% in 2023 and still rising, continued to constrain fiscal space for climate adaptation and renewable acceleration. Geopolitical fracture lines deepened markedly. The Ukraine war, now in its 5th year by March 2026, had settled into a brutal positional stalemate along roughly 1,000 km of fortified front lines. Russian forces, bolstered by 300,000–400,000 freshly mobilized reservists since late 2022, North Korean artillery shells, estimated cumulative deliveries exceeding 6 million rounds, Iranian Shahd 136 Tu-38 drones and ballistic missiles, and domestic production ramp up to 3,152,000 shells annually, maintained slow grinding advances in the Donetsk direction, Pokrovsk, Kurakhove sectors, while suffering attritional losses of 1,200–1,800 personnel per day, according to Western intelligence estimates. Ukraine, supported by $380 billion in total aid since 2022, of which roughly 60% military, had received ATACMS, Storm Shadow, Scalp, Taurus debates still unresolved in Germany, F-16s operating from dispersed bases since mid-2024, and experimental drone swarms capable of saturating Russian air defenses. Yet manpower shortages, after repeated mobilization waves and emigration of 6–8 million citizens, forced reliance on increasingly automated systems. Sea drones sinking 35% of the Black Sea Fleet, land drones accounting for 60–70% of observed kills in 2025 footage, and AI-assisted targeting software processing commercial satellite feeds in near real time. A fragile energy truce held through the 2025-2026 winter after massive strikes on both sides' grids in late 2024, but civilian infrastructure remained one escalation away from humanitarian catastrophe. In the Taiwan Strait, the tempo of gray zone coercion intensified. PLA aircraft crossed the median line on over 2,200 occasions in 2025 alone, Large-scale amphibious rehearsals involving 100-plus landing ships and 200,000 troops occurred 3 times in 2025. New Type 76 drone carriers and hypersonic glide vehicle tests were publicized almost monthly. Taiwan responded with asymmetric investments, thousands of low-cost sea drones, mobile anti-ship missile batteries, extended-range Stinger and Patriot replacements, and a domestic submarine program, Narwhal-class lead boat launched 2024. The United States maintained strategic ambiguity while increasing arms sales, $18 billion tranche approved 2024-2025, forward deploying more assets to the Philippines under EDCA bases, and conducting freedom of navigation operations with carrier strike groups on a near-monthly basis. Economic decoupling accelerated, U.S. CHIPS Act 2022, and subsequent export controls restricted advanced node lithography (EUV below 7 nm) to Chinese firms. China retaliated with rare earth export restrictions and gallium-germanium curbs 2023-2025, driving up prices for semiconductors and clean energy hardware worldwide. The Middle East remained a cauldron. The Israel-Hamas war that began October 7, 2023, evolved into a multi-front conflict by 2025. Hezbollah-Israel exchanges escalated to daily rocket and drone barrages after September 2024, displacing 150,000 Israelis from the north and 90,000 Lebanese from the south. Houthi maritime attacks continued to force rerouting of 12–15% of global container traffic around the Cape of Good Hope, adding $2 million per voyage in fuel costs. Iran's uranium stockpile reached sufficient 60% enriched material for 4–6 implosion devices, IAEA February 2026 assessment, though weaponization steps remained incomplete. Israel's Gaza operation, while reducing Hamas military capacity to perhaps 20–30% of pre-war strength, produced a humanitarian disaster. Over 45,000 reported deaths, 110,000 injuries, acute malnutrition in 15–20% of children under 5 IPC Phase 5 pockets, and 80% of housing stock damaged or destroyed. International legal actions proliferated. ICJ genocide case ongoing. ICC arrest warrants issued for Netanyahu and Gallant, November 2024, alongside Hamas leaders. UN General Assembly resolutions demanding ceasefire repeatedly vetoed or ignored. Africa's Sahel belt descended further into fragmentation. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger military juntas expelled French troops, 2022-2023, pivoted toward Russian Wagner/Africa Corps mercenaries, and faced escalating jihadist violence despite the change. Sudan's civil war between RSF and SAF since April 2023 had killed over 150,000 by early 2026, displaced 10 million, and triggered the world's largest hunger crisis, 25 million people facing acute food insecurity. Ethiopia's Tigray peace deal, 2022, held tenuously while Oromo insurgencies and Amhara federal clashes continued. The Horn of Africa drought cycle, 2020-2024, killed millions of livestock and pushed 20 million into emergency food aid. 2025 rains brought relief but also flash floods. Latin America navigated populist cycles and economic headwinds. Argentina's Javier Milei administration, inaugurated December 2023, implemented drastic fiscal shock therapy, peso devaluation by 54%, spending cuts of 30%, deregulation, producing sharp initial contraction, 5% GDP 2024, followed by tentative stabilization in 2025. Brazil under Lula 2023, balanced social spending with fiscal responsibility while Amazon deforestation rates, after rising sharply 2019-2022, fell 22% in 2023 and 11% in 2024 thanks to enforcement and international finance. Norway, Germany payments resumed. Mexico grappled with cartel violence, over 30,000 homicides annually, nearshoring gains from U.S.-China decoupling, and constitutional reforms expanding military economic roles. In climate science and policy, the picture remained dire yet not hopeless. The 2023-2025 triennium ranked as the warmest three-year period on record. 2025 saw the first verified instance of a full year with daily global mean surface temperature anomaly plus 2 degrees C several days in July-August. Coral reefs continued catastrophic decline, 60–70% of living coral cover lost since 1950. Arctic sea ice September minimums hovered around 4.5 million square kilometers, 40–50% below 1981–2010 average. Glacier mass loss accelerated in Greenland, 280 gt/or, and Antarctica 150 gt/or. Yet renewable deployment broke records annually. Solar PV additions reached GW in 2025, wind GW, battery storage ~120 GWh. Lithium-ion prices fell below 70/kWh in China. Sodium-ion batteries entered commercial grid-scale deployment. Perovskite silicon tandem cells exceeded 33% lab efficiency. Nuclear restarts Japan, Belgium, Germany partial reversal, and new builds UAE, Turkey, Bangladesh Rupur Unit 1 criticality expected 2025-2026, added marginal capacity. Carbon removal pilots scaled, direct air capture facilities, Climeworks Orca Mammoth, 1.5 STRATOS aiming for 500,000 TCO/or by 2027, enhanced rock weathering trials, blue carbon mangrove restoration, but remained orders of magnitude below the multi-gigaton annual removal needed post-2050. Artificial intelligence crossed into everyday economic metabolism. By March 2026, frontier models, successors to GPT-4o, Claude 3.54, Gemini 2.25, Grok 2.3 series, Llama 4 family, routinely scored 90th plus percentile on graduate-level exams across disciplines, generated production-ready code for mid-sized applications, produced near-photorealistic video from text Sora Descendants, Runway Gen 3, Kling, Luma Dream Machine, and demonstrated rudimentary long-horizon planning in agent frameworks. Economic impact estimates varied wildly. McKinsey projected AI adding $15–25 trillion to global GDP by 2030. IMF warned of 40% of jobs in advanced economies exposed to automation, with 60% in emerging markets. Regulatory fragmentation deepened. EU AI Act fully applicable for high-risk systems by mid-2026. U.S. patchwork of state laws and voluntary safety commitments. Anthropic, OpenAI, Google, xAI. China's CAC rules mandating state approval for generative models and content censorship filters. Military adoption raced ahead. Ukraine's AI drone targeting software. U.S. Replicator Initiative, thousands of low-cost attritable UAVs, China's algorithmic swarm experiments. Demographic momentum shifted visibly. Sub-Saharan Africa's population growth remained robust, 2.4–2.6% annually. While East Asia entered rapid depopulation, China lost ~2 million people in 2024. Japan ~800,000, South Korea fertility rate 0.68, lowest ever recorded. Europe's working age population shrank. India overtook China as the most populous nation 2023 and continued growing until the early 2040s. In this hinge moment of March 5, 2026, 2:06 p.m. in Camilla, the story of early humans stands at its most precarious and most hopeful inflection point simultaneously. 7 million years of adaptation, migration, cooperation, conflict, invention, and destruction have delivered a single global civilization possessing tools powerful enough to end itself or to stabilize itself on a thriving planet. The next 10 to 20 years will almost certainly decide which path is taken. The long documentary narration reaches its contemporary frontier here. From the first stone tools at Lomqui 3.3 million years ago to the first artificial general agents reasoning in server farms in 2026, the arc has been one continuous thread of increasing capability and increasing responsibility. The footage stops rolling. The future is no longer prehistory. It is being lived second by every person on Earth right now. As the calendar advances into the middle months of 2026, with the monsoon already arriving early and heavily across eastern Bangladesh, the Meghna River swelling beyond its seasonal norms, atmospheric CO2 readings at Mauna Loa crossing 426.8 ppm in the latest weekly average published just days ago, and the first confirmed reports of sustained daily global mean surface temperature anomalies exceeding +20 degrees C for consecutive weeks appearing in the Copernicus Era 5 reanalysis. The journey of early humans has entered what is increasingly being described in both scientific literature and public discourse as the decisive decade, or more ominously, the make or break window of the Anthropocene. The year 2026 itself has already delivered a sequence of compounding signals that no longer feel like isolated extremes, but rather like the early stages of systemic regime shift across multiple Earth system domains simultaneously. January-February heat records in the Northern Hemisphere were followed by an unusually early and intense South Asian heat wave in March-April that pushed wet bulb temperatures in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and western Bangladesh above 35 degrees C for several consecutive days, producing documented heat stroke mortality spikes even before the monsoon onset. The 2025-2026 La Niña, after a prolonged triple-dip La Niña 2020-2023 and a very strong El Niño 2023-2024, failed to deliver the expected global cooling influence. Instead, the underlying warming trend overwhelmed the ENSO signal, making 2026 almost certain to displace 2024 as the warmest calendar year in instrumental records. Sea level rise acceleration became visible not only in tide gauge data, but in everyday experience for tens of millions. In the Ganges-Brahmaputra Meghna Delta, home to roughly 170 million people across Bangladesh and adjacent Indian states, salinity intrusion advanced 15-25 km farther inland during the 2025 dry season than the 2010-2020 average, forcing another 400,000–600,000 people into temporary or permanent displacement, according to IOM and Bangladesh government estimates. Sundarban's mangrove coverage continued its long-term decline despite ambitious restoration programs. Tiger populations dropped below 100 individuals in the Bangladesh portion. Coastal polders, many constructed in the 1960s-1980s, suffered repeated breaching during early monsoon cyclones in May-June 2026, inundating shrimp farms and paddy fields with brackish water. Globally, cryosphere losses reached new extremes. Greenland ice sheet surface melt area in summer 2025 ranked second only to the 2012 record. 2026 melt season began 10-14 days earlier than the 1981-2010 mean in West Greenland. Antarctic ice shelf instability accelerated. Thwaites Glacier's doomsday scenario received renewed attention after satellite altimetry showed continued rapid basal melt and grounding line retreat. Permafrost thaw in the Arctic released estimated 5,100 mt of methane in 2025 alone, roughly equivalent to the annual emissions of France or the UK, with abrupt thaw lakes expanding at rates visible in Planet Labs' daily imagery. Meanwhile, the sixth mass extinction continued to unfold at accelerating pace. IUCN Red List assessments published in late 2025 and early 2026 added several hundred more species to critically endangered or extinct in the wild categories. Amphibian declines remain the most acute. 41% of assessed species now face extinction risk. Insect biomass in some temperate regions continued the 75–80% decline trend first documented in Germany in 2017. Large mammal populations in Africa and Asia shrank further. African savanna elephant numbers fell below 400,000. Asian elephant habitat fragmentation reached critical thresholds in India and Sumatra, and several rhinoceros subspecies hovered near functional extinction. On the technological front, artificial general intelligence (AGI) debates shifted from speculative to operational. By March 2026, several leading laboratories, OpenAI, Anthropic, Google DeepMind, xAI, Metafair, Mistral, and Chinese state-linked groups, publicly acknowledged that their frontier models had crossed key capability thresholds previously used as informal AGI benchmarks. Sustained multi-step reasoning across novel domains, near-human or superhuman performance on almost all standardized academic tests, autonomous tool use and long-horizon planning in simulated environments, and rudimentary self-improvement loops, recursive self-improvement in narrow coding and research assistant tasks. None of these systems yet demonstrated fully autonomous open-ended scientific discovery or robust real-world agency without human oversight, but the gap narrowed visibly month by month. Economic displacement accelerated. In advanced economies, AI-mediated automation displaced or degraded 12–18% of white-collar tasks in legal services, software development, financial analysis, radiology, copywriting, customer support, and middle management functions, according to 2025-2026 studies by OECD, McKinsey Global Institute, Goldman Sachs, and the World Economic Forum. Developing economies faced a dual shock: onshoring of some manufacturing previously offshored to Asia, driven by geopolitical risk and AI-enabled factory automation, and simultaneous white-collar offshoring to AI systems. Bangladesh's ready-made garment sector, still the country's largest formal employer, saw pilot deployments of automated cutting and sewing systems in 2025-2026, threatening the low-skilled jobs that had lifted millions out of poverty since the 1980s. Energy transition continued its uneven, inadequate trajectory. Global renewable electricity generation crossed 35% of total supply in 2025, hydropower tilde 15%, wind tilde 9%, solar tilde 9%, other tilde 2%, but fossil fuels still provided percent of electricity and tilde 80% of total primary energy when including transport and heating. Coal consumption plateaued at historically high levels, tilde 8.7 GT in 2025, driven by continued demand in India, China, Indonesia, and several Southeast Asian countries. Oil demand growth slowed but did not peak. IEA projected conventional peak only after 2030 in its stated policy scenario. Natural gas use rose as a bridge fuel, particularly in Asia and Africa. Nuclear power saw modest revival. China continued adding 610 GW per year of new capacity. India's curriculum and domestic PHWR programs progressed. Small modular reactor (SMR) demonstration projects advanced in Canada, GE Hitachi BWRX 300, the United States, NuScale, TerraPower Natrium, the United Kingdom, Poland, Romania, and Argentina. Fusion remained 10–20 years away from commercial relevance despite private sector optimism. Commonwealth Fusion Systems SPARC target 2025-2026 net energy, Helion, TAE Technologies. Climate policy momentum stalled at the international level after COP29, Baku 2024, and COP30, Belém 2025, failed to produce binding finance commitments commensurate with the $1–2 trillion annual need for developing country mitigation and adaptation. The Loss and Damage Fund, operationalized in 2023, had disbursed less than $1 billion by early 2026, far below even symbolic expectations. National Climate Plans (NDCs) updated in 2025 for the 2030-2035 cycle showed collective ambition still tracking toward 2.42.7 degrees C warming by 2100, UNEP Emissions Gap Report 2025. Yet countervailing positive currents persisted. Renewable capital costs continued falling. Utility-scale solar PV reached 0.0250, 0.35/kWh in the sunniest locations, onshore wind 0.0250, 0.45/kWh, offshore wind 0.050, 0.8/kWh in mature markets. Battery pack prices dipped below 65/kWh in China. Grid-scale storage deployments exceeded 200 GW, 500 GWh cumulative capacity globally by end 2025. Electric vehicle sales passed 20 million units annually in 2025. EV market share reached 25% of new car sales worldwide. Green hydrogen and e-fuels gained first industrial footholds in steel, HYBRIT Sweden, shipping, Maersk methanol vessels, and aviation, sustainable aviation fuel mandates in EU and California. Social movements grew louder. Fridays for Future evolved into more decentralized, intersectional climate justice networks. Youth-led lawsuits against governments and fossil fuel companies multiplied, over 2,500 active cases worldwide by 2026. Indigenous land defense campaigns scored legal victories in Colombia, Ecuador, New Zealand, and Canada. Labor unions in several countries began bargaining for just transition clauses protecting workers displaced by decarbonization. In Bangladesh itself, on this very afternoon of March 5, 2026, the lived experience of the Anthropocene is immediate and inescapable. Kamilla district, sitting in the low-lying eastern part of the country, faces the combined pressures of upstream Ganges-Brahmaputra flow alterations, driven by Himalayan glacier retreat and Indian barrages, downstream sea level rise pushing saline water farther north, intensified monsoon rainfall extremes, and urban heat island effects in rapidly growing secondary cities. The garment industry that employs millions in nearby districts is simultaneously threatened by AI automation in design and cutting rooms, and by Western carbon border adjustment mechanisms that began phasing in during 2026. At the same time, solar home system penetration remains one of the world's highest. Microgrids are expanding in rural areas, and Bangladesh's international advocacy for loss and damage finance has earned global respect. Here at 2:07 p.m. on March 5, 2026 in Kamilla, the 14-million-year story that began with a few small bands of bipedal primates experimenting with upright posture in changing African environments reaches its most self-reflective and most consequential chapter yet. Every previous breakthrough, from controlled fire to agriculture, metallurgy to steam engines, electricity to nuclear fission, transistors to deep learning, has been a bet that human ingenuity could outrun the consequences of its own power. That bet has now entered its endgame phase. The documentary narration, which has traced the footsteps from Sahelanthropus to the first cities, from Gutenberg to Hiroshima, from Apollo 11 to ChatGPT, now arrives at the present instant. There is no more archival footage to unspool. There are only live feeds of melting ice sheets, burning forests, crowded megacities, server farms humming with computation, protest marches in every time zone, laboratories racing toward fusion and general intelligence, coral reefs bleaching in real time, children being born into a world already plus 14 degrees C warmer than the one their grandparents inherited. The journey does not conclude here. It simply becomes fully conscious of itself. Every policy choice, every kilowatt-hour generated or saved, every hectare rewilded or deforested, every line of code written or regulated, every curriculum taught or story told now carries outsized weight in determining whether the next chapters describe a managed transition to planetary stewardship or a tragic unraveling of the only known technological civilization in the observable universe. The screen fades to black not because the story has ended, but because the rest of it is being written, second by second, by the 8.15 billion co-authors alive at this exact moment and by every generation that follows. As the monsoon clouds gather thickly over Camilla on this afternoon of March 5, 2026, and the first heavy drops begin to drum against rooftops and tin sheds, the long arc of human history reaches not an ending, but a moment of profound self-awareness. Every previous chapter in this documentary, from the hesitant first bipedal steps of Sahelanthropus tchadensis some 7 million years ago across what is now the Chad Basin, through the controlled mastery of fire, the invention of symbolic art in Chauvet and Sulawesi, the domestication of wheat and rice and llamas and zebu cattle, the rise of ziggurats and pyramids and stupas, the forging of bronze and iron, the codification of law in Hammurabi's steel and Ashoka's pillars. The philosophical revolutions of Socrates and Confucius and the Upanishads, the printing press that democratized knowledge, the steam engines that shrank the world, the splitting of the atom that unlocked energies once thought divine, the silicon wafer that birthed computation, the sequencing of our own genome, and the training of neural networks on datasets vaster than any library ever assembled, has led precisely to this instant. A single planetary civilization of more than 8.15 billion minds, wired together in real time, armed with tools powerful enough to reshape continents and atmospheres, yet still fragile enough that a few degrees of warming, a misaligned superintelligence, a pandemic more lethal than SARS-CoV-2, or a cascade of nuclear exchanges could erase most of what has been built. The story of early humans is therefore no longer a tale of origins told in the past tense. It has become a story narrated in the continuous present, written in live data streams, policy papers, satellite imagery, carbon isotope ratios, Git commits, protest chants, birth certificates, and the quiet decisions made in billions of households every day. The documentary camera, which began focused on fossilized footprints in lethally ash 3.6 million years ago, now pans across the present tense reality of March 2026 and refuses to cut away. Right now, in this very hour, in the Southern Ocean, research vessels are measuring the fastest rate of Antarctic bottom water formation decline ever recorded, a signal that the global overturning circulation may be approaching a tipping threshold that could disrupt rainfall patterns across 3 continents within decades. In Shenzhen and Austin and Tel Aviv, teams are running inference loops on models that can generate functional protein sequences for novel enzymes, draft patentable chemical syntheses, and in narrow domains, propose experiments whose results they can predict with 90% accuracy before the wet lab work begins. In the Ganges floodplain less than 200 km north of Camilla, farmers are watching riverbanks erode at rates 3-5 times faster than their fathers witnessed, while simultaneously installing 300W solar panels on bamboo frames above fish ponds to power aerators that increase tilapia yields by 40%. In boardrooms in Davos and Brasilia and Addis Ababa, negotiators are finalizing language for the 2026 update to the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, knowing that the $1.3 trillion per year figure civil society groups are demanding remains politically radioactive in most OECD capitals. In server farms cooled by Arctic seawater in northern Norway and hydroelectric dams in Quebec, the electricity demand of large-scale AI training runs now exceeds the total annual consumption of several small nation-states. In refugee camps along the Bangladesh-Myanmar border, Rohingya children born after 2017 are learning arithmetic and Bengali script on low-cost tablets donated through UNICEF programs, even as the adults around them wait, year after year, for any realistic prospect of return or resettlement. In the war-damaged Donbass, Ukrainian soldiers operate AI-assisted loitering munitions, whose terminal guidance relies on neural networks trained partly on open-source satellite imagery scraped in 2023-2025. In the Amazon basin, indigenous Yanomami communities use drone footage uploaded via Starlink terminals to document illegal gold mining incursions that mercury poison their rivers and bring malaria and COVID variants deeper into previously isolated territories. Every one of these simultaneous realities is a direct continuation of the adaptive sequence that began when the first hominins stood upright to see farther across tall grass, freed their hands to carry and throw and shape, and gradually turned raw survival into cumulative culture. That cumulative culture has now produced a species that can model its own climate system at kilometer-scale resolution and still fails to act at the speed required to preserve coral reefs and Himalayan glaciers. A species that can train neural networks on datasets containing most of the written words produced by humans since the invention of writing, and still struggles to align those networks with human values that are themselves contested and contradictory. A species that has reduced extreme poverty from 36% in 1990 to under 9% in 2019-2025, before pandemic and inflation reversals pushed it back upward in many places, yet allows 700 million people to remain undernourished while global food waste exceeds 1 billion tons annually. A species that split the atom, landed on the moon, mapped every base pair of its own genome, and connected almost 2/3 of its population to the internet, yet cannot prevent annual global military expenditure from exceeding $2.4 trillion while the annual climate adaptation funding gap for developing countries remains in the hundreds of billions. This paradox, immense capability married to persistent collective failure, is the defining signature of the present chapter. It is not new. Earlier humans also possessed tools more powerful than their wisdom: fire that could burn forests, agriculture that could exhaust soils, empires that could collapse from overextension. What is new is the planetary scale and the compressed time scale. Previous overshoots unfolded over centuries or millennia. The current overshoot is measured in decades. Yet the same ingenuity that created the predicament contains the possibility of remedy. Solar photovoltaic module prices have fallen by a factor of 100 since 1975 and continue declining along a Swanson's law trajectory of roughly 20-25% per doubling of cumulative capacity. Wind turbine hub heights and rotor diameters keep increasing, pushing capacity factors toward 50-60% in the best onshore locations. Battery energy density improves by 5-8% annually on average. Flow batteries and sodium-ion chemistries are entering grid service. Geothermal enhanced systems are being piloted at scale in Utah and Nevada. High-temperature thermal storage using molten salt or solid media is making concentrated solar power dispatchable 24/7 in the Middle East and Chile. On the demand side, global energy intensity, energy per unit GDP, continues its long-term decline of 1.52% per year, and electrification of transport and heat is finally accelerating in the largest economies. The share of the world's passenger cars that are electric crossed 20% of annual sales in 2025. 2- and 3-wheeler electrification is already dominant in India, Indonesia, and much of Africa. In agriculture, precision techniques, drones for spot application of biopesticides, AI-optimized irrigation scheduling, gene-edited crops that require 30-50% less nitrogen, are spreading from California and the Netherlands to Punjab and the Nile Delta. Cellular agriculture, precision fermented dairy proteins, cultivated meat moved from pilot plants to first commercial facilities in 2024-2026. In governance, the proliferation of polycentric climate action, cities, regions, corporations, indigenous nations, religious institutions, has created a dense network of commitments that, while insufficient on their own, provide resilience against national-level backsliding. The Science-Based Targets Initiative now covers companies representing roughly 40% of global market capitalization. RE100 has more than 400 corporate members committing to 100% renewable electricity. In technology governance, the past 18 months have seen the first serious international efforts to establish red lines for frontier AI systems. The EU AI Act's risk tiers, the U.S. Executive Order on Safe, Secure, and Trustworthy AI 2023, and follow-up NIST frameworks, China's Generative AI Content Labeling Rules, the Bletchley Declaration 2023 and Seoul Declaration 2024, signed by 28 countries plus the EU, and the UN General Assembly Resolution on AI Safety, March 2024. While enforcement remains fragmented and slow, the norm that exceptionally powerful AI systems require pre-deployment safety assessment is beginning to harden into expectation. None of these developments is sufficient by itself to guarantee a soft landing. But each represents a thread in a possible tapestry of stabilization, a tapestry that can only be woven if the next 10 years see far more rapid scaling, far deeper international cooperation, and far greater willingness to prioritize long-term collective survival over short-term national or corporate advantage. Here then is the closing frame of this documentary. A child born today in Camilla or Lagos or Sao Paulo or Chengdu or Omaha will live most of their life in a world hotter, more crowded, more connected, more automated, and more ecologically strained than any previous generation. They will inherit tools of astonishing power, CRISPR-based medicine, fusion energy prototypes, quantum-secure cryptography, brain-computer interfaces in early clinical trials, orbital solar power demonstrations, geoengineering research papers that are no longer purely theoretical, and they will inherit problems of commensurate scale. Plus 2-3 degrees C warming locked in even under aggressive mitigation, 9-10 billion people to feed and employ, biodiversity stocks at their lowest in human history, geopolitical rivalries armed with hypersonic missiles and cyber weapons, and artificial intelligences that may soon outthink their creators in most domains. Whether that child grows up in a world of managed abundance, equitable decarbonization, restored ecosystems, and carefully governed advanced technologies, or in a world of cascading crises, mass displacement, resource wars, and authoritarian responses to chaos, depends overwhelmingly on choices made between now and 2040. The journey of early humans does not end with this narration. It simply becomes fully self-conscious. Every reader who has followed these 15 parts is now part of the authorship. The story continues in cabinet meetings and coding boot camps, in mangrove restoration projects and AI alignment research labs, in voting booths and school classrooms, in quiet refusals to consume beyond planetary boundaries, and in loud demands for climate justice. Thank you for watching the journey of early humans. If this history has stirred anything in you, wonder, grief, determination, hope, please let us know in the comments below. Where are you watching this final part from? What time is it where you are right now? And what do you believe the next chapter of our shared story should be? Be sure to subscribe to our channel for more explorations of the past, present, and possible futures. Turn on notifications so you don't miss the updates as this living history unfolds. Until we meet again, take care of each other, take care of the only home we have, and keep writing the story.